Welcome everyone to the 128th Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. It's Thursday, August 11th, 2016, and we'll begin the workshop with our video with Mr. Keshe speaking.
We are people listening from every corner of this planet. No knowledge has been dispersed so beautifully, so balanced across the planet, on this planet ever, maybe in the universe. You have the full potential of achieving everything in the universe. There is no need and there is no reason for man not to achieve. So, wherever you are, the way I taught you to make the coils double coil inside, you have continuous equal gravitational magnetic field, and if you put CO2 on it, and you put zinc on it, you have connected the emotion of the man to it on a stable condition, and you'll find out you become a very peaceful man. Here, instead of having galaxies and universes and creating connection magnetically, we have used the matter state gravitational magnetic field strength to dominate and dictate the shape of the plasma. The nanotechnology, the nanomaterial which you have collectively developed in different ways, by caustic, by electric currents, by whatever, fire or whatever, has that advantage that the matter, the nano and the plasma is all the same. So connection is very solid, it's very strong. The power of the plasma technology, the way we have thought, is beyond imagination of the man. Now we can create and control the plasma, which is the mother of the creation of the universe. You are given the seed of the essence of the creation. The foundation does not belong to no one and is not made of one anymore. You are developing it. You are structuring it. And from today, we will be still the same. We'll still develop the technology in different names, in different colors, in different nationalities which they do not exist. It is beautiful when we see the Christian, the Muslims, the Jews, and every other belief are working together to build up systems. We have already become one faith. We already have become one nation, and we already become one planet. You got to remember one thing. Dates is irrelevant. Today is the last day of the Christian calendar, or tomorrow is the beginning of another. One day is connected to another. We don't stop. We are working round the clock. The Keshe Foundation team is working irrespective of time, position, religion, country. And now we achieve what we set out for.
The Universal Council invites you to attend the One Planet, One Nation, One Race event in Rome on the 9th and 10th of September 2016. The Council looks forward to open interaction with the public at the event. Come interact with the Council in your spoken language. The Council encourages you to bring your positive suggestions and solutions to the table on how humanity can move forward as a whole towards everlasting peace. In this way, the work of the members of the Council will become the work of humanity for humanity. The full package price for a single ticket to the event includes 3-night stay in one of Rome's prestigious hotels, daily attendance to the event, as well as breakfast on the 9th through the 11th, and lunch and tea on the 9th and 10th. Accommodations for this package is based on double occupancy. The full package price for 2 tickets to the event includes 3-night stay in a twin-bed room in one of Rome's prestigious hotels, daily attendance to the event, as well as breakfast on the 9th through the 11th, and lunch and tea on the 9th and 10th. Additional night stay are offered at €150 per person per night. For those who wish to arrange their own accommodations and who plan on attending a single day of the event, the cost will be €200, which includes tea and lunch on the day of the event. For those who wish to arrange their own accommodations and who plan on attending both days of the event, the cost will be €400, which includes tea and lunch on the day of the event. The One Planet, One Nation, One Race event in Rome. Come share your positive solutions on how we can work together to bring everlasting peace to our world.
Go ahead, Mr. Keshe.
Good morning, good day to you, wherever and wherever you listen to these teachings. As is usual, we start with a program and in what we can do and what can be done, and what we see the changes in the technology to come. As I explained before, we have reached the pinnacle point of all the teachings on the matter state, and we have moved into the plasma transmission and the field exertion. There are a number of things which, now that we got to this point, we have to understand and discuss. One of the points is that a lot of you have made a lot of reactors and a lot of, you see a lot of different effects, but in so many ways you cannot see in the real step into the next step of lift and motion, and some of you reach a point that you reach the point of the change, but it does not follow through. I've been explaining this to the knowledge seekers and the people who work in the background, that there is a huge gap in the process of the understanding and the application. One of these gaps has been that a lot of you go through the production of the coils or cores, and a lot of you go into the phase of running motors or trying to apply a rotation to the motors and electric connections and electrical connections. And in that point, in that condition, there is a small problem, and that problem is that none of you go through the phase or the condition of actually understanding where and how things connect. In so many ways, we need to understand this difference in the process, that we can bring in the final push. In the structure of your work, in the structure of understanding the process, we need to understand and connect things together. And everything has to be on the same level. Everything has to be of the same structure. Can you see my desktop by any chance?
Yes, Mr. Keshe.
The whiteboard?
Yes, we see the whiteboard.
Okay, let me explain to you where the problem is, and some of you will and some of you won't be able to see it. I explained this to the knowledge seekers in the background. You all have a motor, and you have attachment, and you assemble your coils on it. Most of these coils are connected through a line to a power supply. You create a plasmatic condition, which this plasmatic condition itself has inherent faults in it, in its flow. First of all, you create a field which interacts with the motor winding. But the biggest flaw is that through your line of connection, you connect to Earth, you connect to the ground. So at the same time, you're receiving electron vibration, not the plasmatic. So your system up to now has always had a flaw in it, a leakage, a massive leakage. In a way, you have connected yourself into the ground. Some of you who've seen a better results or different condition, like Douglas, where he actually mounts the ball on a free handheld, on a system which has no connection. It's got a battery charger, and so the interaction is internal, plus him, which is in the gas state. This, we got to the point that has to change, because you have to change this structure of Earth connection or connection to the ground to a point where the system support is all of the plasma condition. Then you will see the system respond very fast and you will achieve what you need. Here you're dealing with electron vibration, and here you're dealing with the plasma which flows out, but here everything is plasmatic. So what this brings us, it actually pushes us to the next step of development. And this is literally what we need to understand and progress into. Part of this progress is development of new energy systems which are totally plasmatic. In a way, they are maglev systems. This is what has been lacking in our progress. At this moment of time, this needs to be an energy unit, a generator, which creates only plasmatic field and operates on the maglev condition itself. Then the energy supplied by the system is still being in the maglev system. In feeding the maglev system, interacting with the rotational maglev system, creates a position of total inclusive shell. And this is what we are looking for. In that process, we have explained to you that Keshe Foundation, we have put in position the production of what we call plasma generators. The plasma generators is the generators which we are offering at the moment through the Keshe Foundation. As you've seen in the last presentation by Douglas, we've shown how this thing is. In the past week, we made a video of this new generator, which allows man now to go to the next phase. Not only generation of energy, but support for energy for lift and motion in a plasmatic condition. It's the first time we can achieve this. It's the first time that everything is becoming plasmatic gravitational magnetic field. A few days ago, by the request and the negotiation we do in the background by governments, we made a video, which is a 4-minute video, and it brings a lot of things home. We have called it the Last Supper energy, which means it's the final stage of the energy production. This video is very important. We play this video now, you see it, you understand it. If you have the understanding of seeing what's on the table, and then we bring Douglas in if he's available, and then we go to the next stage. What we show today, what you will see today, will change the course of energy production worldwide. We have requests from world leaders' offices that are online. People from China, people from Russia, people from United States governments and officials are all online video, on Zoom or live stream. We have asked them to be present because we're going to show something that will change the course, and you will understand. Sometime during the course of this morning, we will show this change. And then the world of energy will change. The world of technology will change. And it's the change which you will see. We started in a soft way with this 4-minute video, which has been sent to world leaders in the past few days. It has a huge consequence. It has a huge application and implication. Do we have the video with you, please, Vince, that you can play? Is it talk to, or do you want me to talk over it? Is Douglas in the background?
Yes, he is.
Douglas, do you want...
I had to find my mouse. Yes.
How's the setup we requested finished? Is it ready?
Yes, I've got every load I can possibly plug into. We should be about 5 kilowatts.
Is that piece out of it?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
yes,
no problem. You stay in the background. I go with this and then we join you later, okay? So,
Mr. Keshe, sorry, there's some words in the video that either Flint can play, he reads the words, or I could read them depending on how you want to do it.
No, it doesn't matter. Just leave the words out. I can explain it. I know the video inside out. Okay, let me explain to you this is directly directed to the officials and the government officials of the United States. We are speaking directly to the officials of the White House. We're asking for Mr. Kerry, the Office of the President of the United States. We are speaking directly to President Xi and his office in China. Your Excellencies, the video is for you to see and you will understand the negotiation terms. This video is made to bring the change, and our team in the background are fully aware of the next step. Can you please play the video and then we go into the next step. This technology which you see in the background, it speaks for itself. We have managed to tap into the universal energy. It tells you you're about to see 4 minutes of test run prototype of background plasma generator. The unit is under the yellow box. This unit was a magic which a lot of you have been waiting for to see. This unit, this circuit, is set up to use these equipments on it. and then you will understand what the changes are to come. You'll be shocked when we go live and we bring everything in. You can see there is a hairdryer running, there is a heater running. The noise in the background is of the hairdryer. You see pumps running, you see lights, you see the yellow box in the middle, and you see the maglev system, you see some capacitors, operating fridge. Everything is in operational mode, and altogether initially is 5.7 kilowatt and then dropping to about 4.8 kilowatt. There is no connection. There is nothing anywhere you can see that is what we call this the energy, the last energy system, as comes with the Last Supper with Christ, bless his name. Everything you need up to 5 kilowatt you can use at home instantaneously is on the table. We're going to show you something very interesting with this. All this, no connection. It was said to be a revolution if you can find parity. We'll run over parity. There is no energy input. What is interesting is that everything on that yellow box has been what you've been waiting for. But you can see the things which are there. A heater, grilled cheese maker, microwave, hairdryer, refrigerator compressor, total wattage 5.7, run cycle 4.65 kilowatt. This is constant use. This system can be used for decades. It has no energy source. The energy source comes from the maglev system, which is inside. You can see there are no connections. It's the first time ever humanity has managed to achieve energy without fuel. The fuel is on the coil. The fuel is the way we set up the coils. The beauty with this is that in the next frames, when we go back on live, you will see something very special. Here, all attention is on the yellow box. They want to know there is no battery, there is nothing under it. You see there is nothing. 5.7 kilowatts. All your needs in the house is on the table. Average house uses 2.8 to 3.6 kilowatt hour. This is covers well above it. Everything in a running mode. No connection. This is the secret of the change of technology. We'll explain to you what we've done, and then you will understand. Douglas goes repeatedly around to show there is no battery powered, no connection to anywhere. It's what I call the last energy system. If you can run such a thing anywhere in the world with such a small system, you have broken over parity. We are 5.7 kilowatt. We can push this to 200 to 300 kilowatts. We know how. The next step for us is to create a pocket size generator, 3 kilowatt. Now you see he has switched off the blower. The system still runs.
Turn everything off. Start cycle, total of 5.7 kilowatts, run cycle 4.65 kilowatts for 4 minutes continuous.
This is what we asked Douglas to do, a 4-minute video. If he can produce 1 minute at 4.7 kilowatt, you have broken all the laws of physics, and it shows a new development, new energy source. What we're going to show you now will bring a closure to all discussions. Douglas, are you there? Can we go on camera with you?
Yes, sir, Mr. Keshe.
Okay, can we go on camera? Let us explain to you what we've done and what you see. Can you share your camera or have you lost your camera? We can't hear you. Hello?
Rick, unmute. How about now?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Have you removed the yellow box altogether?
No, I told you that was my surprise. Yes, it's gone. It's there, but I left the box there
Okay.
that's my surprise.
Okay. Now, can you show us what's on the table as an energy consumption, please?
Okay, we've got a dorm refrigerator here right in front of us, and small apartment dorm refrigerator, what we call them here. 1,500 watt heater, fan forced, and it's all the way set on the high setting. I've got everything off right now. We'll turn it on in a minute. 1,500 watt teenager hair dryer. 800 watt. They're grilled cheese maker, panini makers.
Douglas, can you move very slow, please? Very slow.
Yes. Yes. Not a problem. Yeah, this is a grilled cheese maker, a panini maker, some of them call, and 4 coils here in their corresponding order. CH3, CO2, CO2, and the plasma cores in the middle. My sets of 4 set of capacitors that are run in parallel with the system. Move my chair out of my way. Now,
can you show us on the table if there are any connections, please?
Yeah, no problem. 3 fluorescent light bulbs and the microwave, and another compressor, which is a standard refrigerator compressor that starts out 700-800 watts and comes down to a run cycle of.
That is, if you have a fridge,
and you'll notice. Yeah. Okay. And of course the microwave here, which is a apartment microwave, 700 watts. So now we look under the table. I'm trying to watch here so I can see on the computer screen myself what's going on there. Let me tilt it down so I can see what's going on. There we go. Okay. All right. Now you can start. We'll start over here by my vent, and you'll see there that come up the wall, my chart. There is nothing. There's the outlet over there. You can see there's nothing plugged into it. I'll let it focus on it right there. There's these are a table with the little straps there to carry them with. That's what that is over there, that strap. These are just little foldable tables you buy at the dollar store or Walmart or wherever your local hardware store is. I think everybody has seen now that there, I couldn't possibly hide a wire in here if I tried. Well, I mean, virtually impossible anyway. I guess anything's possible, but you can see that there's no wires on the floor anywhere. Some over there on my wall and my junk, but no wires on the floor anywhere at all, none whatsoever. Okay. And it goes back over to there and back right where we started from. Like I said, that's a handle that's mounted to the table. Now we'll walk around the back here so we can see.
Really slow, please.
Well, I'm trying to do this with my extension. It's only long enough to. All right, you can see the back of the heater here. I'm going to pull the computer up just a little bit more. That might give me a little bit more room. Yes, okay. All right, back to see where I'm at. Okay. Back to the heater. Nothing above either, attached anywhere at all.
So you're moving too fast. You're moving too fast.
All right. I'm just trying to get out of the way of the camera, sir. I'm sorry. All right, now we're at the back of the unit. You can see nothing at the back of the unit. My strip. with all my loads connected to them in a certain way. The refrigerator here and the heater, and I just taped them together so they wouldn't be hanging down everywhere, because the last video had wires hanging everywhere. Same thing with this. I just put a clip.
Too fast. Yeah.
I just put a clip right here to hold the 3 different sets of wires together from their microwave, the sandwich maker, and the compressor there. They're all just clipped together right here, along with the hair dryer. So I wouldn't have any wires dangling, and we will drop down and see that there are no wires dangling anywhere at all. None. I think everybody's got a good enough shot of the inside of the table there to know that there's nothing hooked up here. This goes to the back of the heater, and I don't know if anybody can see that, but it's a 1500 watt max right there. It says it right there, 1500 watt. Microwave 7, sandwich makers 8, and we'll walk back around this way. And of course the yellow box that
can you hold the camera steady? It's very shaky.
Yeah.
No. Leave the yellow box. You leave the yellow box. Can you switch the power on that we can see it starts going, please? Can you put the lights on if your system works?
Yes, not a problem at all. Everything's on. You can see my panini come on.
Yeah.
And we will have to, I gotta flip the other.
What about your microwave?
The microwave light is on. We will give it a 30-second run. I gotta reset it because, all right, there we go. Counting down. Can everybody see that? Count down. We'll go ahead and turn these on. I'll turn them off because they're really bright. We'll leave them on for a minute. I'll turn the hair dryer on. That's the high setting. Put it up here on the sandwich maker. That thing gets hot anyway. I'll go over here to the fans all the way up on high. There's the fan, 1300. You hear the drop in the 1500. You heard the drop in the hair dryer. Of course, the refrigerator is running. Trying to scrape off a piece of ice for you guys there.
Hello. We lost. Hello. Can you hear me?
Can hear you, sir.
Okay, I think we lost Douglas. Okay, I think he's on the civil line. So what you've seen that this time we closely show it live, the system is literally running on its own with what is to be a maglev unit and battery capacitors. We are trying to show something very special, and I wondered if Douglas can come back or can see him back. Yeah, we were expecting that this might happen at this point. If he comes back, we'll explain it. And if you don't get him back in the next 10 seconds, 15 seconds, I explain to you something very interesting. This is a change in the course of energy production. This is a change in the world of power. This is a change in the world of politics and economy. What Douglas will show you if he comes on, then we see how correct we are. There is nothing under the yellow box. It's an empty box. This is producing 5-6 kilowatts of energy indefinitely for as long as you need from a maglev unit. There's a specific connection configuration which is needed to achieve this. And for the first time, when Douglas comes back, or we release a full video of this, that the only thing sits on that table which supplies energy is the maglev unit, nothing else. For the first time, we show the power of the plasma technology. For the first time, we see that the change has come and we need to accept the change. We were expecting this cut. It's not something that we were not expecting. It was expected. So that's why we showed you the video beforehand. And as we go live, if we get Douglas back, you will understand that the only parameter once you trigger the plasma is the plasma itself. There is nothing under that yellow box. If you remember in Eindhoven conference presentation, I opened the box and I said, this is an empty box of the universal energy. This is the yellow box. Once you trigger the plasma, the way we have developed, and create the right condition circuit, you can tap into this energy. If you get your wiring connection the right thickness, you can go up to 300-400 kilowatts. If you get your wiring the same way correct, you can go to a pocket size 3 kilowatt, 5 kilowatts. You can create a small unit that can supply an electric car indefinitely. Now you've seen what and how we change the game. Can somebody in the background try to get in touch with Douglas to see why he's off?
We can still see him on the Zoom list, busy, but he's not responding to my messages.
So what he will show you, if we get him back, or we'll make another video and we put it in public, is the only entity on that table which creates the energy is a maglev unit. It's not connected to anywhere, so nobody can say it's a fraud, it's a scam. We have offered this technology to American government, to the Chinese government, and to the Russians. And that is for exchange for peace. We have offered it to the world presidents for exchange for peace. We have allowed it to be taken into presidential palaces to be tested. We have offered an olive piece to United States that we are prepared to go with this unit to the White House. We can teach His Excellency President Obama to make one himself live, and we go with this unit to Beijing. China and Russia have spoken in the background. The texts are received, it means they are in agreement. We are waiting for clearance from the White House and Beijing. Let me explain to you what this thing is going to do. Oil prices will plummet. Financial world has no ground to stand. The backbone of false money against liquid from the earth will worth nothing. I have to tell you that there are 4 units like this around the world. This is not the only unit. We opened this through Douglas for the protection of the foundation technology. If anything happened to me, to any members of the Keshe Foundation, the team will release the blueprint worldwide immediately, which means within hours, within days. the energy crisis will plummet. That'll be the end. Exactly a year ago, we announced a peace conference. Energy in exchange for peace. Now we deliver the technology blueprint. We have two choices. We receive the support of the government and we see the exchange going through, or we see the end of the oil industry and energy industry, nuclear industry, and the rest of it. Any man on this planet can produce as much energy as they need. But the secret with this is, now the energy produced is in a plasmatic condition. Now you can connect your maglev system to your flight system. Everything in the plasma condition. Lift is imminent. Once we release this, you will understand. Once we release this knowledge, the way we have shown it today.
I'm here, Mr. Keshe.
Hi, Douglas. What happened to you?
Apparently the girls did something downstairs, overloaded the circuit and blew the main, which shut my computer, internet off. My system was still working, but the internet and everything else went down.
Okay, can you go back on your camera and show
we can go
us?
live right now. They wherever Rick's at, we push start camera. I can put it on the laptop. We can move it around, whatever we need to do.
Okay, what happened? I had to let the cat out of the bag. They know.
Oh, you done told them about my yellow box?
Okay, can you show the yellow box, please?
Ta-da! Nothing there. We'll go ahead and everything's running anyway. The refrigerator's running, but I'll turn everything back up so everybody can see the panini was on anyway. This is my magic trick right there. That's the other one right there.
You see, yeah,
there we go. Now we're running 4,650 kilowatts right now.
So can you show on the table that there are no cables and nothing?
Yeah. I'm gonna turn these lights down, Mr. Keshe. They're killing me. We'll go back down to here. Let me, if we can find my flashlight. That way everybody can see down here.
Now you understand that energy comes from nowhere. We are not talking about 1 or 2 watts.
No cables anywhere.
Yeah. We're talking about kilowatts.
Right there, no cables, as you can see anywhere.
Yeah, okay, just show us the yellow box, please.
This is the yellow box. My wife made it. It was just a cover. And when he, yellow submarine, I just went with it.
No, the thing is,
okay, I gotta turn the heat down, guys. I'm sorry, but it's summertime and here in the Ozarks. Yeah. It's too much.
Let me explain to you
You can see I'm gonna turn down this load too. It's still on fully, but there's a lot of heat coming out. So
yeah, let me explain, Douglas, what was on the yellow box. Under the yellow box,
I'm gonna leave this one running.
Yeah, under the yellow box was the trigger of the plasma. Now the plasma is triggered, we don't need it. Some of you picked up on this, a 6-volt battery. We needed a 6-volt battery to trigger the plasma. And now you can see it. Can we see the hairdryer? Is it still running?
Yeah, oh yeah. High, low.
So
1500 watt right there.
Thank you very much. Now you can see the only food of energy is your maglev system. No connection, about 5 kilowatt. If we redesign this system, you can go up to 30 to 300 kilowatts. We can shrink the size to what we need, what can be. In the coming days, we'll show you the new versions. So our hand goes the same as it went across the table in Brussels between Iran and United States. Energy against peace, technology against peace. With this technology, now you can see 4.7 kilowatt. It doesn't cost much to produce it. We are still developing the final phases of it, and we show you everything. This is the thing. We have offered.
You can see where the copper on this wire is already turning black around where it was looped around the terminal. I wanted everybody to see that real quick.
Yeah, thank you. What we are doing, we have made a condition. Energy for Peace will take this unit, as the Americans have asked. They want the Yale University to see it. Usually you have to understand what happens. When a technology like this, or so effective as us, is shown, they ask you to take it to a university. And then in that university, they waste so much time and block you. We want the blind double check, check double blind, and everything else to literally suffocate the technology. Now it cannot be done. We are on the University of the planet. Can you stop moving so much? It'll be much better.
I'm trying.
Just put it back on the camera.
Okay, I can do that.
Yeah, can you put a light on that we can see still going on?
There you go. Now start the video on another camera. There we go.
Okay, can you put a light on that we can see the system is still running, please?
Oh yeah, you can hear this is. This has to. I mean, until it charges. Mr. Keshe will explain all that.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, everything's working. Nothing's.
We don't see the lights are just off the camera. You got to go a little bit lower. You got to lower the camera. Okay, can you show the light that they can see it? So, if parity +1 would have been a breakthrough, 5 kilowatt is absolute demolishing it. Annihilation of the whole concept of energy production by fuel. There is no power stations, there is nothing. And this shows the true understanding of the process of producing the system. There are no magnets, there is nothing, just the maggrav units. There is nothing in operation that can change the system. There are no motors, there are not moving parts, there are no generators here. Everything as is seen. What we have offered to the Office of the President of the United States is, we move with this table to the White House and let them check it. And our team will teach the President live and the rest of the world how to make the unit. We are not hiding it. So those who talk about magnets and things hidden, you'll be exactly what you've done. Creating false information to justify your meager existence. This is what it is. This is what we said 12 months ago. And now the trigger point of the plasma has been found by the innovation team and has been applied. So in this process, we work as one team. Technology like this is never been shown live worldwide. It's been kept in patents and secrets and then destroyed. This time will not be destroyed. This is a gift from the Keshe Foundation to humanity. We can teach you how to do it. We released the blueprint. The team is working heavily in the background. We have 4 research groups working, developing, and in time, we will release the whole information as we did with the blueprint. We make a deal. If you remember, last year, this time, we started the blueprint in November 26 of the maggrav system in the Keshe Foundation Center in Valletta. We are prepared to do the following. We release the blueprint in the White House. Let the President of the United States share it with you. And then we share it with the Chinese and the Russians. There is a very big problem. You will understand that I will explain today. The maggrav technology, plasma technology for peace has been tested. I explained this to the American people in the past 48 hours, and they understood. We always said this is a static situation. This core, this maggrav is on a static. So you can imagine once you move into the dynamic cores, what kind of powers will be released if the static is so powerful. You understand? When you go to a dynamic situation, going back to a couple of years ago, and understanding the interaction of what I've been telling you, and now you can understand the connection. I said, the time will come that the soldiers do not know why they are carrying a gun and they walk away. In fact, we saw this, and many times I hinted on it, but none of you picked up. This maggrav system in dynamic form, the way it's used to jam and block the most advanced ships of United States Navy, did not just do that. This is the point where the common ground stopped and nobody looked beyond. The 27 naval officers were touched by the field of the plasma, which gave them the balance of peace. Walked away from the gun. They literally walked out of the Navy. The excuse was, we don't see our government be able to support us to protect our life. But in fact, the elevation of the soul of the man through the system showed the officers there is no need for war. The rest was to put it in the word. This can be practiced across the world. In the coming weeks, we release a dynamic flight system where, using a specific combination, man will drop every gun. There will be no reason for fight. It's not a theory. 27 American naval officers walked off. We can make this 27,000. We can make this 27 million. It's very, very easy. This is the power of the Keshe Foundation. What sits on the table changed the course of humanity. No woods to burn, no nuclear atomic, no oil. Transfer this energy. If you understand it, even if you put 3 of these core systems in parallel with each other in series, with less than $200-300, you can run a car. The system will fly. The cars are on the verge because now you have seen it. This is the latest, what I called the table of last supper of energy. The old is finished. This is the beginning. This is, will change. This is the beginning. This is the beginning of what we said. Energy for peace. And we kept our word. We have some of the people, the most elitist scientists in plasma within the Keshe Foundation. It's your turn to change the course. I put a hand of peace to American ones, and we saw the results, as you know, with Iran and American talks. This time we put the hand of peace across to the Chinese leaders, His Excellency President Xi. You wanted to see the proof, Your Excellency, is on the table. The Office of President of the United States wanted to see. There is a very funny thing. We don't need to import this to show it to the American. It's built, developed, and finalized in the United States. 15 hours drive from the White House is the difference between the world peace and change of the course for humanity. Douglas is ready to move if the White House opens the door. We have given clear line. We are prepared to move the top 10 Keshe Foundation scientists into the White House by Sunday. The ball is in the court of United States President, Chinese presidents, and the Russian presidents. But the point is, we have brought the change in. If you understand the next step into this, in that microwave, You warm the water. If you connect it the right way, you can go in that microwave and pick up the energy you need from the food you wish. The same is the fridge. I open this technology very rapidly in the coming days. You can bring the water into the container, and the container will carry the energy of the microwave, which you have not to warm up. With the energy of the food, you adjust the plasmas you want to fill in the water with. You want meat, you want orange, the system will feed the cup. Drinking the cup is your next step. The next step for the technology development is how to change the course. Douglas just talked about how the wires are nano-coated. Once you set this system up and it goes into action, especially the dynamic, melt the copper wires, break the nanomaterials. The fields will follow the path you have set by the structure. You've seen it. DC light, heaters, AC, different powers is on the table. And there's one thing, it's that little stacker in the corner, which is the MagRav unit, which is set by the structure universal work. This is the job of the creation and the creator. Those of you who understand this will run with this. We ask you one thing. Is peace worth it to change with energy? And I think yes. We ask you to bombard the White House, to accept the call. We will be there. This is especially why I continuously show Douglas's unit, because it's on the mainland, on the United States, exactly where we don't need to fly. There are no bargains, there are no hassles. Douglas, how many hours are you from the White House?
Mr. Keshe, I was stationed in Belvoir, and it took about 17 hours on the bus. So we're looking at probably about a 13, 15 hour drive, something like that.
Would you like to drive with it to the White House and we get you permitted to go into the White House?
If I can do anything to bring about peace and the stopping of the killing of the little children, or anybody else for that matter, but the children, it's got to stop. You know, anything I can do, I'll walk with this stuff in a backpack to DC. It doesn't matter. And, you know, my heart is dedicated that much. I have 4 small children myself, and 2 older ones that are grown, that are heading into this chaotic world. And, you know, this murder over energy and the suppression of it has got to stop by the few that run the world. So they've got to come to some kind of sense. You know, some kind of
would you start the path on Saturday to Washington, and we'll meet you at Washington? The president can check it himself, and you can teach him yourself. And if anybody wants to join Douglas on the way to Washington, DC, you're quite welcome. Contact webmaster@keshefoundation.org. We'll make the path. We pressurize the governments into peace. I told you, if it needs be, we change the course of elections in all countries. Energy for peace. This will create, let me explain to you, if you just look at it in the physical matter state, this creates enough warmth and heating. And if you put a condensator from the energy while it's not used, you can extract and produce water from the atmosphere. So the water need can be met. If you understand the process of the MagRav system, you can add energy to the water and the food will be in. So we start a peace not as a course, but as a path of peace. I explained in the last few days, and that we appoint 6 counselors. Very simply, it was explained. We are not appointing a new government. The time for governing is over. The time is for consulting and using each other's knowledge to share knowledge. With this new technology, we develop new medical systems that, as we said, will change the course. Now we've shown the power. The whole history of the man, especially in past 100 years, has been how to produce energy free. This is a true free energy. Plasma, maglev systems is there. Would you like to put a light on that we see still working? Douglas? There we are. At the touch of need, there is the demand. We organized for Douglas to go to Washington to be there on Sunday. It is on the government of the United States to allow the unit into the White House. It's portable, doesn't need, anybody can come and see. If you are a member of the press, you can follow the track. This is the road to peace. We had no choice but to pressurize, and we had no choice but to deliver this way. If you want to produce 20 kilowatt, 100 kilowatt, we still can show you how. There is no need for cable transmission. There is no need to suck everything out of other nations for raw material. Everything can be done through the system. Now you understand what I said at the beginning. We are here to change the course, and we have changed the course. No, nothing but plasma. There is not a single piece of what you call generating system which are dynamic. Everything is in a solid state. The new system development will push us to the next one. The problem is we have brought peace through energy, equal and balance. We teach this really worldwide the way we did with maglevs. But our team, the Keshe Foundation team, United States, will be in Washington on Sunday at the White House. Go public with it. They can't deny it. 5 kilowatt on the table connected to nothing. And it can run for most probably centuries. Is there anything you have to say, Douglas? Is there anything you want to say, Douglas?
Yes, I'd like to just say for number one, there's no trickery, there's no Joe cells or anything. The answer is in front of you right now. It sits in front of you, literally. The answer to this riddle is in front of you. The box was just a ruse. The battery was just a ruse. It was, you know.
We needed it to trigger the plasma, and now it's needed.
What I want to show you is this right here is an 18 gauge stranded automotive wire. Now that's 18 gauges that just pulled, 5,000 kilowatts through it. Now, anybody that has any kind of electrical knowledge behind them at all knows that a 14 gauge solid stranded wire melts into it 1440 watts. So the only way this happens is the wire becomes nano coated inside. This one here has been stripped, and you can, I pulled back a little piece to make my pigtail there for my 3 lights, and you can see the wire solid black on the inside, but the outer 2 ends still remain the natural copper color that we're all used to seeing. But inside the wire, where there's no oxygen for it to oxidize or allow that to occur, it nano coats evenly, and the wire becomes a superconductor. This is how this is allowed. That's why the wires don't melt down. I mean, 18 gauge, 5,000 watts, for crying out loud. We don't make such wires. They have to be superconductors. So that's part of the key right there, is being able to make the wires into a superconductive, so it doesn't allow for the amps to affect the wires the way they normally would, the way we see it. The other answer to the problem is right here in front of you, and I'm going to let you guys figure it out. It took me a while to figure it out. Mr. Keshe is ready to tell you how it works. He'll tell you. but
No, we'll leave it. We'll discuss it in the White House. If the house is white enough to share the knowledge.
Yeah, I would like to see them be white enough to share their knowledge, black enough to share their knowledge, green, Asian, whatever color they want to be. I don't care. I totally believe in that. To the bottom of my core, that we should all have equal platforms. I'm all for capitalists, but what's happened to our world is not a place to be at anymore. So this has to stop.
Would you like to say what is your background work, Douglas?
I'm a United States veteran. I'm a power generation on a tactical air command site in Würzburg, Germany. So I grew up, working with this kind of stuff. As a matter of fact, my very first project, I was 8 years old. I tried to wire a 13-inch black and white television set into a 1977 RCA 8-track player. In my mind, I was building me an amplification device, but I blew up the TV instead, and I got my rear end warmed up one night, and I've been doing that ever since. I've been playing with electricity and mechanics. Building engines ever since I was a child. These things come natural to me. I don't know why. It may take me a day or two, but then it just pops into my head. Oh, this is supposed to be this way. I graduated at the age of 17 in Belvoir in the School of Engineers at the top 5 of my class for the 95-4, and I was a high school dropout. Because I did not. Number one, I argued with them all the time. I knew the speed of light was a lie. So people like me in school, and they labeled instead of being highly intelligent, you're a troublemaker. So it went that way for me. And later on, they find out that when I was in college, I went to college for computer engineering, and gave it up to go back out into the trades. I wanted to be outside working. I did not want to be in an office. I've seen too many things going on in the office. Recently, prohibited from, I couldn't even dig a hole in the yard without having to sit down. And, the things I can do now, if I told you, you'd just say I was a liar. You'd have to know me from 5 years ago and see how I move now. I move like I'm 20 again, due to this technology and what it's done for me. Not only emotionally, but physically. The strength in my back, no pain periodically, when the weather changes, nothing like that. But this has been an endeavor, one of my quests, because of electricity. I've known for a long time that a lot of these things are lies. The summertime, they raise the rates up in the United States. Everybody gets a bill at the beginning of the summer, and they say, due to the increased usage of the power consumption, the United States grid, we're going to raise we'll raise your rates up for summertime rates. They usually raise them 3-5 cents, depending on your area. And the reason is we're not using resistive loads. Most people hang their clothes out on the line. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But the thing is, air conditioner is a non-resistive load. There's a key to these non-resistive loads that have high voltage capacitor discharges. So the air conditioner in your unit, even though it's 220 volts, it takes an initial jolt and then it drops back down into wattage consumption. And the wattage consumption is minimal. So they jack the rates up in the summertime to compensate for it, because if not, you would see the great discrepancy between the winter and summer, and you'd start asking questions. But they don't want us asking questions. That's been the key to this the whole time. Keep us looking at something else so we don't ask questions of importance. Is why they have to tire into our ground in order to give us electricity. But they don't tell us that they have to. They just tell us that we need to put a ground in. But they don't tell us that after we get all our stuff done, they connect their ground into our ground. And that's the way the electricity comes back and forth through here. So
now you don't need to be connected to the ground. You can have energy anywhere in the space.
The system needs to be tweaked. We've built this out. Part of the reason I think Mr. Keshe chose me is because I have the ability to go in a scrap pile and pick out things that I know that I can make something into.
You see, the way, let me explain, Douglas. This has been my aim and my job from the beginning. And as I said before, when I received my degree from Queen Mary College, University of London as a nuclear engineer, I stuck it on the toilet roll because that's what it was worth it. In a space, there are no doctors, no engineers, no professors. We made these things to create pressure on the others. So my motto has been for past 30 years, I bring a technology that a common man off the street can use, understand and develop, and you are the example of it. We've seen Armin, who's become one of the masters. We've seen many, many people, housewives with no education, building magravs. If you build a magrav and you did not see anything out of it, or it wasn't the way it was, now we give you the adoption unit in the next few weeks that you can change your magrav unit to a generator. As you see, the magrav unit is there. Can we see your magrav unit?
Yeah, sure. That thing's alive, but like I said, you know, I'm used to touching it. It doesn't bother me. I can touch all 3 coils at the same time. I don't get any shock.
The beauty with this is you can set your magrav unit in a water, in a gas water, and then you will see different results. Because now
we can show. So I've got one here that we can show that I'm working on. That's going together.
This below camera. Can you go up, please? Yeah.
You can see the coils are. I always have been a fan of the caustic coating. I do my initial connections like this, and then I take my NaOH and a sugar mixture, and where I bent them back, and maybe some of the nano coating has come off. I'll put the sugar mixture on there, and it'll re-nano coat within a day or two, especially if you put it out in the sun. But
thank you very much. Let me tell you something. We show the tool for peace, energy for peace. I'm the head of the Keshe Foundation worldwide. I have no voice if you don't share yours. There is hundreds of you online, on live stream, YouTube and the rest. Doesn't matter in what language. Express yourself what you demand from your governments. I leave the line open. It's your job to push your governments to accept the free energy for peace. And now that the energy is free, it'll take a few months worldwide to cover up the whole structure. What is your say to your government in your language or in English? Vince, open the lines, let people speak. Does any of you want to say anything to your government or to humanity for what about to receive on the energy? Or any of you would like to see the change? In what way?
This is Rick Crammond here, and I live in Canada, and I certainly wish for this kind of technology, well, for my whole life, basically. I know this is the core technology for the rest to come after this, and it's the most important thing in my life is to have this come to pass, and that's what I've dedicated my life to do, is to help people in this transition time where we learn to interact with this. So my wish is that the governments of the world, specifically the Canadian government, will adopt this technology, will embrace it with open arms and not with other kinds of arms. We don't need to be feeding weapons to other countries and this kind of thing. It's the end of that kind of thinking. It's time for a new kind of thinking, a new kind of acting, and a new kind of being, actually, with this technology. So looking forward to it. I think it's a great milestone, and I'm very excited. And thank you, Mr. Keshe, for bringing this about and making things happen in the world with this.
This is Ali. I'm an Iranian Canadian, and I live in British Columbia now. And I want to say that the unity has already been achieved. We are already one. This is the start of it, and it's time to really bring the whole Earth and the entire universe into balance and peace. And we are connected to one another in a very deep way that we're going to realize, but that we already have realized as of this moment. And it's the love between all of us that can go and change the history as of now. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jackie. I want to speak for the French people. Donc, je m'adresse ouvertement à tous les gouvernements qui comprennent la langue française. Merci à la Keshe Foundation de nous avoir fourni cette énergie libre. Et j'espère sincèrement du fin fond de mon cœur que le gouvernement de la Suisse, de la France et des autres pays francophones adopteront cette technologie en échange de la paix. On a montré, grâce à Douglas et d'autres personnes, les merveilles de cette technologie. Et j'espère sincèrement que nos gouvernements répondront à cette merveilleuse technologie en déposant les armes et puis en adoptant la technologie de la paix. Merci infiniment à vous tous.
Hello, my name is Gatua from Kenya, and I welcome this technology, and I love peace, and we can no longer consider power of state by killing people. So killing should end with this new technology of Keshe Foundation. It's worthwhile. We are sick and tired of seeing all over the world deaths and people claiming to be so powerful because of how they kill others. People claiming, or countries claiming to be so developed because they have very powerful killing machines. Na nikisema na Kiswahili, I'm going to speak in Kiswahili for the people of Kenya. Vita vyote vya dunia ziishe kabisa kabisa, sababu Keshe Foundation imetuletea maendeleo ya energy power kwa dunia nzima bila tumia mafuta ya petroli na mengineyo. And I will now speak in Gikuyu. Andũ othe athĩ mwĩtĩkĩre kũgĩa na thayũ thĩ yothe, tondũ Keshe Foundation nĩ ĩrehete hinya ũtarĩ wa kũgũrwo, ũtarĩ wa maguta, hinya wa mwaki, atĩ no wakie thitima gwaku o hĩndĩ ciothe ũtarĩ ũtekũrĩha ona ndururu thitima ĩyo. Nĩ wega mũno. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much, Keshe, for bringing this technology to the world. We respect you very much, Mr. Keshe, and we appreciate this technology and look forward, very much look forward to peace all over the world. Thank you very much.
I'd like to speak. This is Vivek from Singapore. I would like to share a short story, something that happened 2 weeks ago. I had the pleasure of meeting and talking to a gentleman who is an engineer in the oil and gas industry. And we started talking. He told me about what he's doing, and then he asked what I was doing. And I told him about Keshe technology and Magrav's plasma. And after I finished talking, he told me that he looks forward to the day that the oil and gas industry would come to an end, because in his opinion, it is the dirtiest source of energy that has been used on Earth for such a long time. And this has to be succeeded by something that is clean, something that is natural, something that benefits everyone. I would like to put this call out not just to the government of Singapore, but to all governments worldwide. The people of the planet have been suffering for a very, very long time. And one of the tools used to control the people is energy. In essence, we have been putting people into a project, and that pressure cooker is ready to blow up. And there's nothing you can do about it. What happens when it blows up? You have rice everywhere, and it's uncontrolled. We are at a very important crossroads right now, where all of us can benefit and move together into the future as a people. Or certain factions, that is, those who wish to retain control, could be left out. I think it's much more beneficial for all of us to move together into the future as one planet, one nation, one race. And I put this call out to the governments of the world. Please join hands with the people of the world to welcome this technology into our lives. Thank you.
Hello, this is Klaus from Austria. This technology brings balance to our lives, and no soldier wants to fight anymore. It brings balance to the proportion, to the relation between femininity and masculine. So no more women will be suppressed anymore. It brings peace to our heart, brings balance to our bodies, so we don't have to suffer anymore. Brings free energy to our houses. Our souls already attracted it. Let's all together accept it.
Hello, this is Kayvan. I just wanted to say that this knowledge should be, and I think we started a while ago, but this knowledge should be unconditionally taught as not a second nature, but as a natural nature knowledge, from beginning in the womb of a mother to the society, media, kindergarten, school, universities, everywhere. And we don't need to pack this true knowledge into any kind of stories, whether it be Harry Potter or any other kind of magic show. And finally, we don't need to name it whether it's the Khazarian Mafia, a Jewish Zionistic lobby, or financial, military, industrial, central banking system. It doesn't matter anymore, because let them saturate this inner, long desired feeling of, oh my God, I want to have something, I want to see something tangible. Well, let them saturate it, for Christ's sake, with this already almost, called cliche of free energy. And it's people, this is why it goes beyond the imagination and the comprehension of people, what it can go beyond, beyond this, whatever vibrating electronic matter level technology. So, it's already 12:05. We're on the verge of a third world war. I think people have stuck their heads deeper and deeper into the sand. People don't even realize what's going on. But if it's in the mainstream, then it's generally accepted. That's the total, crux of this whole thing. So finally, it's getting out collectively. We're not only preaching it, we're finally doing it collectively. So let's just start, with the children, and with all women and men and, and entities within and beyond this earth and universe and unicos. Well, thank you.
Hi, this is Mark from USA. And the elite have now had a long, good run, and not so good, but maybe it's time for them to realize that it's over for them, and that we need to come together, all of us together, and move forward in such a way that we understand each other and realize that our system is rotten to the core. It's corrupt. It's lost its way. And we need to change that immediately. And this brings the change. So let's move ahead. Let's do this together. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Sandy from the United States, and I love my country. I love the people that are in it. My family, I'm proud to be an American, and I think America has the opportunity to show its compassion for people, its love for people, which I feel our country was built on freedom of religion, of acceptance, of tolerance, of peace. And to me, that is the place our country should go, to bring out the peace, to bring out the love. And I'm sure with the hearts in America, this will come to be. And I thank you, Mr. Keshe, for bringing it about. Thank you very much.
Dear governments, the only thought that you should have in the next days is how to make the transition as smooth as possible. Focus on the transition and nothing else. It's out of the bag and we all want it. Thank you.
Hi, this is Renan from the Philippines. I just want to really express my greatest gratitude to the Keshe Foundation and Mr. Keshe for allowing humanity to develop its best in this technology. And I believe the transition will go peacefully, and I believe that everything will, for humanity, will find abundance in this technology. And thank you for all the team that have been working with this technology, and especially the Keshe family and the Keshe Foundation have allowed us to develop. Thank you, sir.
Our Chinese friends are writing heavily in the background. Would you like to speak? You are 1/5 of world population. You can speak in Chinese. I want to speak. Speak, please.
We need to promote her.
Yes, can you promote her, please? She's Chinese, she wants to speak. Let me explain to you. At 11 o'clock, around 11 o'clock, Professor Zhu of the Keshe Foundation China, who's been negotiator between Keshe Foundation and Chinese government, most probably will join us. Through Professor Xu, we've been trying to negotiate path of peace with the Office of His Excellency President Xi through military and other aspects. We are waiting for a response from the Office of His Excellency President Xi through Professor Xu in the coming hours. We have given a deadline both to China, to Russia, and to the United States to respond to this technology. Otherwise, as we said, this unit, as you see on the table, will be driven to the White House, will indicate the path. Douglas will choose the path he wants to go through, and he can follow it and join it, because this is not a march for energy, but it's a march for peace against new technology. It's not just energy, it's a space, it's food, it's agriculture. When nowadays we go to top restaurants, top places in the world, we see doctors, engineers as waiters, as taxi drivers. We see surgeons doing menial job because the degree they have no jobs for. With this technology, we don't need doctors. We are all doctors and professors in the field of plasma. As in space, we need to be. This new technology will not create jobs that will be wish of the governments, but will bring peace to the people of the nations that the governments do not need to be there to govern. As I said, we will hear from Professor Xu around about 11 o'clock. If, as a representative of Keshe Foundation China, and the mediator between the Keshe Foundation and Chinese government officials, he's prepared to open and respond back to us. They've asked, they need time. Our time finishes on Sunday in the White House. Go on the media and tell everyone they can come and see. This is not a magic show. If I can read you something which has gone to the White House, we put it on that it could be seen. And it was very simple. And that is, we teach the President of the United States to make nanomaterials, and we show him how to make generators. And through that live, we teach the world how to walk away from the shackles of the energy. I wonder how true is the offices of the world leaders in giving a hand to their citizens to come out of the line of the poverty. We have seen a number of people who are and developed systems that can produce gold. It's been shown on the internet in the past few days. After this, in the next few weeks, we show you how to produce gold as others have achieved it. They followed the procedure I set out a couple of weeks ago, and they have managed to achieve to do it. We'll bring them in. You see the first signs, and then we build on it. Let the Chinese speak, please.
Hello, Mr. Keshe and everyone. This is Lucy. My Chinese name is Ling Wang Ling. And I'm sorry for the background music. My husband is playing guitar, and I hope his music can also bring the peace and love to all this world. I'm very exciting at this time because at the first time I heard about Keshe Foundation, I heard about this technology. I say, oh, it's the hope for all of the world, all the people. It can free the people. It can liberate them from the control and hardworking and tragic and the war and everything. And I think that's too amazing. But at that time, I'm not so believing about that. Is that true? sometimes when I talk with people of this technology, everybody told me it's too good to be believed. But right now, I say it's true. And thank you for all the R&D teams to bring this so magic technology to all the people, and that for all the people's wealth. And thank you for everybody. And I want to talk to our government, Chinese government, to our Chairman Xi. Please bring this beautiful knowledge and share it to all of our Chinese people. As a ancient country, as a responsible country, we are in charge of the world in our shoulders to act as a great China, and all the world will thank you for your decision. And for those people who want to destroy this, who want to prevent this, I want to say, please listen to the voice from the heart of all of the Chinese people. If they all know this kind of knowledge, if they all the beautiful future, and they will overwhelming it.
Would you like to speak in Chinese? Change or humanity? Please explain in Chinese.
我叫王林，我是一个中国人。当我第一次听说开始课时候，我非常的兴奋。我认为这是人类的未来，我认为这将能够将人类从被奴役和繁重的工作和所有的悲惨的生活中解放出来。但是在那个时候，我认为这似乎美好的不可思议。当我跟很多的朋友们在说起开始科技的时候，大部分的人都告诉我，这太好了，太让人难以置信，所以他们不相信。但是今天，我终于看到了这个技术成为了现实。我非常的感谢凯始先生，感谢凯始的开发团队，他们制造出了如此美妙的技术，如此美妙的产品，这些产品将为世界人民带来福利，并且我想对我的国家的领导人和习主席说，请接受这个技术，请将这个技术带给全中国人，让每一个人都能够分享，并且对那些试图阻止这一技术让以利益人类的人来说，你们的主旨是毫无意义的。我们请聆听所有中国人的心声。如果他们都知道有如此美好的技术能够被应用的话，这是无法阻止的。Okay, thank you. Thank you for everybody.
Thank you very much.
To build the new world for the people, especially for Togo government. We want to say thank you, and we invite you to the more interaction, to attend more people, to give them life. We receiving every day plenty message from our people saying thank you for the life and peace. We want this continuous, and we want to attend all Togo people. I want to say thank you and invite you for more and more action for people of Togo. Thank you.
Hi, this is Wayne Nguyen from Los Angeles, California, USA. I'm Vietnamese American. I was a refugee as a child during the Vietnam War. I escaped out of Vietnam during 1980s. I witnessed the Vietnam War ended in 1975 with bombs and artillery. My family and I were running from the war, and then later on escape out of Vietnam. Now this is the new technology with the Keshe Foundation. Thanks to Mr. Keshe, and thank you for Douglas, and thank you for the team that bring forth the technology to us. And please, the world leaders, we don't need to fight anymore. War is over. With China heading towards the South China Sea or creating another wars, we don't need that. Our children need love and care. Our families need food to eat, need a home to live, the energy to survive and live in a peaceful world. Mr. Obama, you are the minority too. You understand the hatred, the discriminations. Me too. I understand that because I live in the United States. Struggle for energy, struggle day to day, make a living. And now we are equal now with this technology. So my wish and my best for every human being not to run from machine guns. On behalf of the Vietnamese population worldwide that escaped out of Vietnam, especially under the second Saigon, the little Saigons and down Westminster, Southern California. Please, you guys pay attention. Saw the peace, speak out, because you witnessed the Vietnam War. 3 million to 4 million people died during the Vietnam War for nothing. During that war, three countries were involved heavily: United States, Russia, and China. And Vietnam is in the middle of it. So please, this is not time for wars anymore. This is time for peace. Best wish and love for all. Thank you very much.
Hello, this is Ekmar Eckel from Germany. I would like to talk to my government in German. Liebe Bundeskanzlerin Frau Merkel, ich hoffe, dass Sie die Stärke und das Rückgrat haben, diese Technologie von der Keshe Foundation zu unterstützen. Es wird nicht leicht sein, gegen die Energiemafia vorzugehen, aber Sie sind die erste Frau, die dieses Amt als Bundeskanzler der Bundesrepublik Deutschland innehat. Und ich hoffe, dass Sie die Stärke haben, diese Technologie in Deutschland zu verbreiten. Vielen Dank. Thank you.
Hello, this is Camille Schick from Switzerland, and I want to address in German, maybe in Luxembourgish, the WHO Commission President, and as the Prime Minister of Luxembourg, and the Green Commission, Claude Thomas, who is also involved in a lot of climate and renewable things. I will talk Luxembourgisch. Für den Herr Jean-Claude würde ich sich Zeit hält, die Sache zu holen, zu gucken, was mögliche Pouvoirs für die wir müssen was Produktion an Umwelt geht. Den Appell schicken ich den Premier Xavier. Oh. Xavier Büttel, den zu Lützeburg auch Möglichkeiten hat, etwas zu machen, für die Art von Technologie, wie sie halt präsentiert werden, umzusetzen. An dem Claude zum Europaparlament, die verdrängt hast, den nicht statt zu gucken, die Fußaufdruck reduziert, vielleicht auch für ihn, die dort Sachen umsetzen kann. Und also, der den, ja, die Lützeburg Vorleger vom Europaparlament. Excuse me, didn't you hear me well? Oh, that's not so good. Should I repeat or? Oh God. Okay. Yeah.
See.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Professor Xu.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I was late because of my trip.
Yeah. Let me explain to you, Professor Xu, what's happened. The unit behind, as you see on the screen, is a unit free energy connected to nothing. We've shown its operation. Douglas, can you put the light on, please? It's fully controlled, 4.7 kilowatt, with nothing but a maglev. Nothing is connected to the system. Is the unit which we promised you to be taken to the Beijing to Washington. So you can see the system. There is nothing there to say there is something behind it. The yellow box is taken out, and this is the message I gave you to pass on to President Xi. This unit will cost nothing. It's just got a maglev unit and other bits in the background. No magnets, no circuitry. So this is the message of peace from us to carry to the whole Beijing, to your leaders, through the military and others who are connected and negotiate with us. We are taking this unit on Sunday to Washington, to the White House, to be shown. And on the route, anybody can join us. They can test it, they can add their own system to it and test it and enjoy it. So those of people who made the maglev units in China, now they can convert it to energy unit and energy becomes free. Great. Now I leave the ground to you, what you want to do and what you think the next step will be by the Chinese government and the officials. What do you think will be? We have heard appeals from Chinese who would like the government to take it up. And we heard from the Americans, you are the man in between the Keshe Foundation and the Chinese authorities. We leave it to you.
Thank you for this opportunity. Yeah, you indeed contribute a lot and made such a wonderful things to the world. I have been here for about 50 minutes. So quite a few people from different countries already give a great praise on your achievement and your contribution. So during my communication with the middlemen and the secretaries, so I have conveyed the message to the secretary of the senior general. So since the general is at the meeting, I think most likely the message will be passed to him in the afternoon at China time, so which will be around this time. And the middleman transfer my message immediately. At the same time, he also give you a few messages I sent to you before.
Yes,
so
I understood.
yeah, he thinks that this issue is very critical and important, and both for China and for the rest of the world. And he told me we are not expecting the immediate response due to short notice, right? So they will get the meeting. So to get the response, they will try to get the response as soon as possible.
Thank you very much. I think you understand more than anybody else as a professor in the university and a scientist and a medical doctor. This changes everything for China. You become energy independent, as you've seen, at a few dollars.
Yes,
and
yes.
This is in a way a hand of peace through America to China and Russia. And I think we cannot refuse this.
Yeah, the middleman already transferred the message to the secretary of the President Xi. Yeah. Because they are friends for a long time, so it's very easy for him. So so far.
Yes, sorry to come in because people don't need to know the background. What we need to know, what we need to achieve is the Chinese government passage what we asked that the President of the United States. We know there is a summit in G20 in September.
In Hangzhou.
Yes, Hangzhou.
Yes.
We want this trouble through within next week, where the Keshe Foundation supporters will deliver the unit, as they did to Washington, to Beijing. We need to do this to show equality in everything, because as you know and I know, China has access to the technology, as you said in your writing. Russia and China have already negotiated on my technology. I understand it. So what we need to know is we can use the energy as tool of peace, and we need to get a confirmation from the Chinese government that such a flight with the technology to be delivered, and we teach the Keshe Foundation supporters across China to build it themselves for the Chinese. We need this to be done, and we'll see the huge economical crash across the world with the loss of oil revenues. But it came from nothing, it'll go to nothing. So we need you to support or to confirm through Chinese government, through the American government, that we can take the step, what we call the flight of peace between Washington and China, in receiving the technology and disclosing the same. We offer the same thing to President Xi as we offered to President Obama. We teach him to build the unit in the palace live, and then the rest of the nation can follow. This is our wish, and we expect the response to be correct.
Yes, very good, very good. Yeah. So, yeah, this is a. Yeah, I think I would like to quote the words from Armstrong when he landed the moon. So this is a small step for Keshe Foundation, but a big giant, a big leap for the humankind, for mankind. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Nicely put. Professor Xu, we look forward to hear from you with the positive results from Beijing in the coming hours or days.
Yeah, I'll try all the best, all my best to give signal and put them in the proper way. Yeah.
Would you like to address the Chinese in Chinese as a Keshe Foundation and the spokesman or a connection with the government of China, please?
Okay, thank you. 各位凯史科技爱好者，我是科大的朱涛。那么今天的话有机会，凯史先生让我给大家简单说几句话。那么首先的话，我非常感谢凯史先生，他长期致力于世界和平，那么以科技换和平的宗旨，给全世界带来福祉。尤为感动的是，他的特别重视对中国的教学和给中国人民带来福祉。那么这一理念得到非常好的贯彻。那么作为我个人来讲，仅仅是作为凯史先生的一个私人的信使，同时也是作为中国政府的指定的信使。那么其实我卷入这样一场信使的过程，是在很大程度上是一种被动的被卷入的。那么是由于官方直接派人来找到我，然后充当跟凯史先生的直接信使。那么到目前为止，相关的双方的一些信息都得到了非常及时和有效的传递。那么这其中当然会有一些误解，也会有一些双方就是有一些意见上的分歧。但是总的来讲，各方面的沟通和理解在不断的加深。那么从另外一方面来讲，我也知道中国长期以来对等离子体科技，那么这个科技虽然说凯史先生本身是在其中是起了巨大的作用，但是这其中也包括我们中国本国科学家的独立研发，那么实际上已经也取得了很大的成就。那么我们也希望未来有机会能跟凯史先生共同交流，那么进一步促进中国的相关科技事业的发展，促进人类的和平。那么就我而言，我觉得我能做的最好的事情，也就是进一步的协助官方与凯史先生加强沟通与交流，那么以最终能够让他的科技尽早的能够服务中国人民以及服务于世界人民。那么在这里我还除了对凯史先生表示再次感谢之外，我也希望大家能够充分和相信以及理解中国政府的英明决定，因为中国政府的他自身的资源和他自身的能力是强大的如果就在座的任何一个人，当你没有机会深入了解的时候，你是无法想象的。所以我希望大家一定要保持充分的耐心和充分的信心，去相信中国政府和中国人民。我们一定有机会在新世纪革命到来的时候，站在世界的最前列，成为世界科技革命的领军者。谢谢大家。Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe.
You're welcome. I hope we'll receive a positive answer from Beijing in the coming hours.
Okay. It depends on the response speed. So I will trace them all the time. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
As soon as I get any message, I will let you know. Thank you.
Thank you indeed.
Yeah. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody else who wants to say anything?
I would like to just say that at this time, make sure to serve from your heart. There's going to be big changes coming in, and the only way we can work together is to serve from your heart and give what you can to help another human being, because we are all one. Simple as that. And everything is going to go well, and everything is going to be okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Good morning, everyone. Good morning from Ghana. And we know that a change has come, and it's coming to abide forever. And we'll see more changes and more good things coming from the Keshe Foundation family. We thank you all.
Yes, I'm Flint. I'm from the United States. And the technology we have seen here today is the beginning of a new future for mankind. This breaks all of the shackles that we feel bound by, starting with energy. And today is the beginning of a new future for Americans and for all people on this planet. We have been given a way that can provide us energy in all forms that we need, so we don't have to harm the planet or kill anyone. These devices are what we need to build and share and use to start bringing peace and abundance for everyone. And to the US government, keeping the status quo as you know it is over. Stand down, listen and learn to the US, all the US citizens who truly care to bring peace and prosperity. Thank you, Douglas and the innovation team. And thank you, Mr. Keshe, for all of your unconditional love and for bringing this wonderful technology to this planet. Thank you.
Beam would like to speak. Among viewers.
We do, excuse me, we do have several people with their hands up there. Vince, should we promote them and just let them speak?
Can I speak?
Yes.
Ik ben Pim uit België en ik roep. Ik roep de Belgische regering aan om te kiezen voor vrede en om beslissingen te nemen die vrede zullen bewerkstelligen om alle productie van wapens te stoppen. En hebben jullie dan niet begrepen dat de aanslagen in België met jullie eigen wapens gebeuren? Het verhaal op deze aarde is te droevig om nog langer te kunnen inleven, te pijnlijk om te dragen. Het stopt nu. We zijn één ziel en hoe is het mogelijk om onszelf zoveel pijn aan te doen voor een brok papier dat geld noemt? Stop alle misbruik in België en in de hele wereld. Alle slavernij en onderdrukking. Mag vrede in ons hart wonen. En mag vanuit ons hart wij stralen als een vredevolle zon. En de wereld verheffen tot wat waardig is om voor te leven. Met zorg en met respect voor elkaar. Laten we dit samen doen, lieve zielgenoten. Word toch wakker. We zijn nu vrij. Vertrouw, we zijn er bijna. And thank you, oh Keshe family, for your support. We are one soul and one in peace. Let's make so beautiful earth to live on, please. Thank you.
Heel mooi gezegd. Direct van de ziel. We horen je allemaal.
Hello, this is Maria from Norway. I want to address this to the Norwegian leaders, which is Erna Solberg and her people. And I also address this to Jens Stoltenberg, who is a Norwegian, which is the leader of NATO. And I want to tell that Norway is having this peace prize every year. So I think peace is a very important thing for Norwegians. And I would say this in Norwegian. Kjære Erna, Jens og alle medmennesker i Norge, alle nordmenn. Vi deler ut fredspris hvert år. Norge blir sett på som, vi liker å kalle oss for verdens beste land å bo i. Vi deler ut fredsprisen. Vi liker å se på oss selv som gode mennesker. La Norge bli med i dette viktige arbeidet sammen med Keshe Foundation med å skape fred på jord. NATO, vær med å skape fred og ikke krig. Vi vil ikke ha mer krig. Keshe Foundation har gitt oss teknologien vi trenger for å få varig fred. Det løser utfordringer som fri energi, helseutfordringer, forurensning, transport og sult. I Norge har vi god kompetanse på Keshe-teknologi. Ta kontakt med oss, sånn at vi kan samarbeide og vi kan vise dere hva som er mulig. Og sånn at vi sammen kan skape frihet og fred på jord. Ikke bare for nordmenn, men for hele verden. La Norge være med på å bringe fred for alle mennesker på jord. Og jeg vil også takke Keshe Foundation for alt de har gjort for verden. Takk.
Just a reminder to people to keep the microphones muted if you're not speaking so that we don't get feedback.
This is Umut from Turkey and Russia. I would like to thank you, Mr. Keshe, bringing this knowledge to us. We need peace more than anything. We learn always from past wars and past pains. My country, Turkey, had a big lesson. And just last week, 5 million people come in one city together to bring message of peace. Because some terror happened in Turkey, but people understand they can come together. And the meeting was exactly the place I lived in Istanbul. Before I come Russia, I was in just a point. And this was great message for me. Now I would like to talk some Turkish. Barışı, birleşmeyi öğrenmemiz için illa acı mı çekmeliyiz? Savaş nasıl başlatılıyorsa, barışı da başlatan bir kişi vardır. Keshe Bey, size bu araçları, bu imkanları verdiğiniz için çok minnettarım. Teşekkür ediyorum. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm James from Ontario, Canada. This technology definitely solves all humanity's problems.
We cannot hear you. You're interrupted.
Sorry. Yeah, you're. Sorry, you're coming through unclear. Hello, James. You're gonna have to get a better connection.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
I can't hear you.
We have a problem with your reception, with your transmission. It's coming in pieces. It's not audible.
Yes, I think we'll have to mute until that issue gets resolved. It was too hard to hear. Okay.
Douglas, would you like to enlighten us?
What was that, Mr. Keshe?
I said, would you like to enlighten us? Show the light is still working.
Oh, sure.
There we are. Touch of a finger. Energy and your finger point. Literally at your fingertips. No problem. Energy on demand at no cost. This is what is available in a space. In a space, we don't have to look for power stations. We don't need to. Now we understand how to absorb. Don't forget, as I said before, this is the beginning. This is a crawling step for the new world of science. We have to understand we did not bring this technology into open for changes on this planet, but we brought the technology for interman into universal community. Many of you will build on this. Many of you use this and other technologies which is getting developed by Keshe Foundation family around the world. Now we are bringing governments into play. This is the change. Now we will not do it in the kitchens and in the garages. We'll do it in the most advanced laboratories and offices of the governments and universities. We have already achieved this in a couple of countries where the Keshe Foundation has become part of the structure and is becoming part of the structure of the teaching and governmental organization research. Our next goal after this, as I said, by September or sometime around September, is to show the flight system. Energy was the biggest breakthrough that you all wanted. We satisfied the thirst. We will deliver this technology on Sunday if the doors of the White House are open for Douglas to walk in. We teach the president as we teach his family in Africa. There'll be no difference between the White House and Africa in learning the knowledge. A man whose forefathers brought the man to the White House. Now the White House, from the White House, can teach man in Africa how to become equal without going to the troubles and the slavery and crossing the seas to have a better life. This way we offer the better life. Does not matter wherever you are in this universe. The power of this, what has been shown today, will hit the world in a very, very short time, but with a huge punch. In the next 24 hours, the Keshe Foundation website will indicate the map of the drive from where Douglas is to Washington. It's one of you or hundreds of you, or you can go on the World Wide Web and ask people to be there. Bring your systems and connect it to the system in front of the White House. See it working with no connection. Then we teach worldwide. We will open our blueprint once we are satisfied with the final that everybody can build it and everybody can use it. The Keshe Foundation team is in a heavy hard work in the background. Douglas will leave sometimes on Saturday lunchtime. We'll line a map, if it's him on his own, or if you're a true peace lovers, which you want to bring the change. But in Washington we meet. He'll be in front of the White House on Sunday. I wonder if the White House is wide enough to open the door. Anybody else who wants to join us?
This is Mosfik. I'm in Bangladesh. I lived half my life in the United States and the other half in Bangladesh. There is no more need for energy, power, energy, health, or food. And people in Bangladesh right now, even illiterate ones, are learning how to do this. They're benefiting from the health, and they're getting the power as well very soon. And those who are in power, they can follow these people, and we can achieve the peace. Thank you, everybody. And thank you very much, Mr. Keshe.
Hello, this is James from Ontario, Canada again. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to say that this technology solves all of humanity's problems. I want to thank you, Mr. Keshe, for bringing humanity peace by sharing this knowledge. The world can now move forward from greed, war, and poverty to prosperity for all people, everyone. We must embrace this knowledge now. We ask the Canadian government to begin a plan to implement this technology immediately. I want to thank all the members of the Keshe Foundation for their hard work to bring this to the world. Mr. Keshe found the technology, figured it out, and the foundation has brought it to us. It's just amazing what you've achieved. There's a funny way to look at this. We used to think that the universe was Earth-centric. We used to think that the Earth was flat. We are at a similar crossroads right now, and we will realize there is no option but to accept this correct path of plasma technology. It is so simple. Thank you so much.
Douglas, I think you better map the road or road the map either way for Sunday. You have a beautiful path ahead.
It's not that hard of a map to follow. You know, it's not that far. So through Kentucky and Virginia, and you're there. So
I hope it will be a fantastic trip.
I hope I'm accepted. These people they don't seem to want to give up control through energy. You know,
Do it this way is not for them to accept. We have delivered. They have no choice.
you know, the funny thing is, I've heard you say, you know, fossil fuel, we'd had to have dinosaurs stacked to the atmosphere, and I've always agreed. And most people don't even know, but you can ask any geologist, and they'll tell you that the fossil layer only goes down to 18,000 feet. They've never found a fossil any lower than 18,000 feet. This was a scheme set up in 1892 to make fossil fuel. It's a never-ending source, as Mr. Keshe said, and we've seen it through the gas and salt water, and that's how it works. Sinks to the lower level. It pulls up, replenishes every day, but they've got us convinced that it's running out, so they jack up the prices and they control us through that form of energy. Now, you look into oil drilling and you'll see that oil is usually below 20,000 feet, so it's far below the fossil layer. So how could it be a fossil fuel? You know, so, but nobody asks these questions, you know, and then when they do, they just get ignored. You know, and most people that have brought forth a form of supplemental energy or partially free energy, because nothing's free. You have to put work into this. You have to build it, so it can't be free. You know, yes, I'm drawing current voltage, through a series of a system that I built, but I had to build it, so it's not free, you know. So, but basically free energy, and these people aren't so receptive of those that have done this in the past. And I'm just hoping that with the dimensional shift, that these people, you know, if nobody's noticed, Hillary Clinton's all of a sudden started having these twitches since the 15th of July when Mr. Keshe said, you know, judgment's begun. Some of these people that are in political positions of power, if you've not noticed, they've started acting kind of strange. You know, the Rothschilds.
Douglas, there is no other. We are all one. There is no like. It has changed forever. So we just have to simply love everybody and respect everybody. There is no other. We are all as one, and everything from the past is forgiven and forgotten. Simply.
Let me say something. A couple of years ago, on the 16th of June, when we announced. Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
No.
Can you hear me now better?
No, maybe it's your microphone.
Yes.
That's better.
Yes, that's better. Okay, because I pulled my microphone up to not to make noise. As I said, 2 years ago, on 16th of June, on the 13th of June, when we announced that we're going to Vatican to give the peace message to the Pope. On the 16th of June, a number of people from across Europe turned up to be in the Vatican. Now we call upon all of you who can have access to the United States. It's worth the trip to be in the White House on Sunday. Doesn't matter who or where you are, try to make your way there. What color, shape, and size. Don't look at the cost, because the cost will be paid back by humanity. I call on all the Keshe Foundations who can be in Washington on Sunday, make it to Washington. The only thing is, the securities can refuse, but Obama knows we are outside. We have already passed the message on to Mr. Kerry through our contacts and the White House that will be there on Sunday. They wanted the Yale University to confirm it before the president accepted. We stand outside and we yell inside. We are free. It's your time to walk out. To walk out to us and bring it in. And let's become the peace builders, not the war makers to make peace. This is a very bad news for a lot of countries. Exactly to the week. Last year, I was in a hotel in northern Italy. I met with a Saudi prince who was staying in the same hotel as us. And I said to him and his advisors, you better stop loading fuel on the ships. They are not going to be sold anymore. No one will need them. I asked him for consultation with the King of Saudi Arabia that we can foresee to stop the progress. The development in a way that not so much damage will be done to the structure of the Saudi income. But as of today, exactly to the year, there is no need for oil. We start releasing the technology, and as I said, we are keeping it in a number of places. If anything happens to any member of the Keshe Foundation, we will release it. You have to understand we have access to a lot of communications, and we know what is the plan. There is a huge plan paid by government to assassinate me in the next 3 weeks. The assassination has been paid for to assassinate me, Caroline, and Rubin together. We know who's doing it. We know who's paid the money. All goes back to the lady who spoke the language and cried. We are fully aware of this, but we have no fear. We are here to serve, and we served to the last second we are alive. And today we served it. We even know which company has paid the money. That's why there are no outputs on anywhere in respect to the guys who were shouting and howling false play, because they've been paid to go silent. So now we have two choices. We have 3 weeks while I'm alive, according to the payment of the Belgian government, to assassinate me, or we transfer the knowledge right across and we protect the humanity. That's the reason. That's the reason we have to share the knowledge as rapidly as possible. On Sunday we deliver. We have moved into a safe place. Warrants has been asked for by Italian government for those who are in program to do it. Now you have 3 weeks while I'm alive. If they manage to assassinate, we give you the name of the company and the people who have been paid to do. So Sunday is the beginning. Move in and we change the course. At the same time, we have to bring the change in. There is no time. There is no time. The change has to be very rapid. The change has to be in a way that brings balance to all of us, irrespective of time, place, position, power, or whatever. Let me explain to you one thing. This is the beginning. Now you have seen it. The minute Douglas touches the light bulb, energy appears. Would you like to show it to them, Douglas? Touch of a finger. In the coming weeks, we will show a dynamic remote system, which means the energy will be available to mankind right across. Same time, we can load the systems that man forgets about the guns. The war game is over. The killing is over. And there is one thing to understand. If we do not do this, we have let our children down. We put back man into slavery for more times. I have no fear of being killed, paid for by a king whose time is already over. There should be no kings. There should be no man higher than the other. As in the space, we are all equal. You have to understand one point, and that is, on Sunday, we'll be at the White House. Is the White House has to stay white. And it's the same with Beijing and with Moscow and the rest of the world leaders. When I release the knowledge, I release it to humanity, not to 1 or 2 nations or other people. The next step is change of the course in feeding, in health, and then space will come last. Because we have to clean up the house before we can move. So understand one thing. In the coming weeks, we will introduce systems which you could not even imagine. We'll introduce systems that by flying over the countries, we eradicate cancer. You will understand. The way I promise the energy, you will see the rest. We will deliver systems that no man will feel hungry. Man will work out of the pleasure to serve, not out of the pleasure to see, to survive. This is the second time I put the hand of peace across to the Washington. First time we succeeded with Iran. This time we succeed with the world. President Obama, this time you do not need to ask your ambassador for the key. This time my ambassador, Douglas, is at your office. It's for you to accept. Ambassador of peace, ambassador of knowledge. The only one who can fail in the United States is you and nobody else. And the same goes with the Chinese leaders. We respect you as the world leaders, but you have to understand, world needs to be led by the man of correct conduct. There is something important I've been asked to address in respect to the government and the elections in the United States. Today is not the time for it. In due course, we address this. I've been asked to withdraw support from certain nations. All nations are equal. I've been asked to give to us because it's your responsibility to do, because it's ours now that you have got it. I've shared it. A number of people know what to do and how to do it. But we all have one common ethos. Energy for peace. You guarantee us peace worldwide. Withdraw all wars. We deliver the technology worldwide. There is one reason for this way, the way I've done it. And you've seen it. We delivered the most dream of the man to have energy in a very simple presentation, live on the camera. None of you could imagine. We always made announcements beforehand. This time, we made no announcement. We announced to the governments, this is what we're going to do today, and we're done. It'll take you less than a few hours to build a unit. And then, if you had a maggrav unit, you just need to paint another 2 or 3 pieces to it, and it'll work. All the ones who went and became and set up websites and all sorts of accusation and accused of us a scam and everything else, we thank you for it. Our survey traffic internationally shows you have created more traffic for us people to join us than our own supporters who are busy building the units, building the technology. Thousands of people were sharing the knowledge to build, and what you call trolls became the spokesman, because people, when they came in, they saw it. And when they send the booklets and things and leaflets to say we are a scam to our own supporters, thank you very much for that too, because now our supporters had to judge their own knowledge if they were true believers. So in either case, while we were busy developing it, you were advertising it for us free, and you brought more than you can imagine. I thank all the trolls in France, in Germany, in Belgium. You've done a fantastic job for us. As I said, you were the ambassadors for us to take the knowledge out, and you've done a very good job. You did better than our own supporters do, because they are not expert in these things. They were too busy building to change the course of humanity, and you became the tools, first of all, not to spread the knowledge and about the Keshe Foundation, but you allowed our own people to judge their own belief and how true they were to peace. Many times I received many emails and a list of trolls, and I always told them, these are for our benefit, because our people are too busy developing, they don't have time to change and share. So they are doing it for us. And I ask our security to check in the background, how much do we benefit by these trolls? Massive. Massive. That's why we don't shut them down. Because people are not stupid. When they see it, when they go around and they read it, and then they do it, or they can see the system and what it does, they become a believer. We thank you all. In a way, the anti-Keshe Foundation was a server of the Keshe Foundation. There was nothing anti about it. You served us well. We thank you for your work. You have brought many, many people to understand the technology, and in understanding it, they became the supporters and the developers. And understanding the technology is bringing changes. Would you like to enlighten us again, Douglas?
Yes, sure. I was just showing different temperature readings so everybody could see everything was working. Freezer showed
Can you show us again, please? Can you show us again?
Yeah, sure. a thermal indicator, just a regular one you buy anywhere. I'll open up the freezer door here and
It's too cold to read.
no, it's going down. I had it on the heater. So it's a reading of 31 degrees Fahrenheit in the refrigerator. So we know my room's a lot warmer than 31. And we will get the fan going back up here at 1500 watts. Doesn't take this thing long at all.
You got to understand, when you're not using the full capacity of the technology, the systems for 5 kilowatt, you can put them into do other things like making food, like making water. So the system can run for years like this, and this will give you a lot of pleasure, because in a way you have the whole knowledge with you. You can use the system off-peak and on-peak, and you can bring pleasure in using it. What's this one?
213 degrees right now, and I'm turning it off because, like I said, it's really hot in here. I've got
This is strange. You just flick it open and flick it shut, and this has been the dream of the man to do this.
Okay, now the panini, this little sandwich maker, it gets a lot hotter. You can see it's registering at a 325 Fahrenheit right now, almost 326, and it'll go up to about 340 or 350. Now we can see, of course, I can touch the maggraph coils. You can tell they're not hot. And the top coil is reading 100.1. That's the top coil. The very bottom coil is reading 85 degrees Fahrenheit. The capacitors are just a little hotter. They're 87.4.
You see what you just showed in a simple way, the bottom being 85 and the top 101 or whatever. This shows the work of a dynamic plasma. North Pole always slightly stronger fields than the South Pole. You just shown the pure physics in a very simple way. What is the heating on your hairdryer?
It was showing 100 and turn it on high. A real quick one at 209.9. It'll go a little higher than that. It'll go about 250. But that's just a quick one to show you. It'll get up real fast. So all the indicators are there. We turn on the light and complete the circuit there. And this is where all the load comes from. And even it is only 99 degrees.
Thank you very much.
There's something I would like to say. I would like to say that do not fear. The more you give, the more you will receive. And the more you give, and if everybody around the globe can just give from their hearts, the more you're going to receive, and it's going to be good for everybody, and it's going to benefit everybody. So simply give. That's what I would like to say.
And it'll be important for Obama to manage the transition.
It is very important. Transition is the worst nightmare of governments at the moment. If we release the knowledge tomorrow or on Sunday and goes like a hot wire around the world, within days, oil prices will hit less than $5. People will start producing it. People will start feeding themselves through it. And the whole present world economy will collapse. We planned it this way. We're going to collapse. It doesn't matter one way or another because it had to be a start. We should have done it in the earlier way, but this way we allowed people of the foundation to do it and we kept it. The whole blueprint is ready to release. Brennan, you're in the background. Can you be coming online?
I put the copy in there for a few seconds.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
And it was 1:45, so we'll see what it is here in a second.
Brennan is on.
Brennan, can you, would we have any problem to release the blueprint of the generator now?
No, sir. The initial setup that I have submitted to you, that's still the one you have already been working with. So if we want to release that drawing, so people can start testing and follow and make their generators as well.
Thank you very much. We wait for the Sunday and the White House.
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much. We announce if we decide. We receive collaboration from the American government, the Chinese government, and the Russians and the rest. Then we'll release it. This way, at least we can negotiate a peace talk. We invite the world leaders to Keshe Foundation Center in Valletta. If not, they can choose a place and time. We meet with the ambassadors, and this time is for them how to lay out how they want to stop the progress. You got to realize what's going to happen in the next few weeks. In having energy, you stop demanding for energy. The oil crisis will become crisis for the oil companies, not for you. The oil crisis will not exist as more and more people will sell pieces of it on the side road, on the sideway, and making it for each other from Africa to Asia and to America. The other problem with it is, now that you create a plasmatic field, as just Douglas showed you on top, or higher than the order, you can put a glass of water on the top, and because of the structure, you receive all the nourishment you need. Your system becomes your feeder. If you follow the procedure as we explain in the coming days, you put your MAGRAP system, which is the higher power, and you put the auxiliary systems in the background between you and them, there shall be no cancer. Your system is your health system. A lot of you who made the MAGRAP system, now you can build everything around it. Energy, water, power, in-flight system, and everything else you can imagine. I start teaching, as I've done, more freely with plasma. I want to know how people can put one system, MAGRAP system, in the middle, and put the auxiliary systems around the square, and people can just walk in. No man will be hungry. In the snow they can walk in, there'll be no cold. Whatever I've said, I've delivered. Now the time is to deliver true plasma technology. Sunday, the White House. We have less than 48 hours to move. 72 hours is on the shoulder of the most powerful man on the planet to show if he has the power to deliver the peace. And we go on. We don't insult no world leaders, but we ask the world leaders to join us to bring the change. And as I said, this time we done it very cleverly. Smallest move to block us, we release it, and the mayhem will be worse. Let's talk to bring it fast, that everybody benefits by it. And secondly, our condition is not negotiable. World peace for new technology. It is sacrosanct. We will not negotiate on any other term. Peace, delivery of technology, hand in hand. Does not matter how many factories go and how many people will be employed, And how many people would not be the generals of the armies or the head of the corporations which make the arms? This way we save their souls from killing others. At least we serve good. But these all have to stop. There is no other choice. When everybody has all the energy, what are we fighting for? Who to be leader of which section? Or we create one council that we get support through them, that we are all equal. And then we open the doors of the universe. Those people who are sitting in the background and are intermediary between the White House and the foundation, the Russian structure and the Keshe Foundation, the Chinese structure and the Keshe Foundation, the Iranian government and the Keshe Foundation, and the same with others. It's the responsibility of all the Keshe Foundation members to deliver the blueprints to press, to all the press, and flood the internet and let people do the way we've done with everything else. If you are a Keshe Foundation member, supporter, you deliver the blueprint to the parliaments, to the offices of the governments, to the press, on the internet. Flood it that you free the mankind and humanity. This is our job. We got nothing else to do. We done all the hard work. We trained enough people that we have enough supporters to deliver the peace. And now you are, each one of you who worked around the foundation, you are the ambassadors of peace. Peace for mankind as totality, not in one piece of land. There are huge plans, and the plan is very simple. Free man from the shackles of others who want to be the power. The power has to be amongst the people, with the people, not amongst those who would like to exercise it to see who they are and what they can do. My call goes again to all the Keshe Foundation supporters. I will release the blueprint. I choose the time as we agree with my team. We work as one. None of us has more say than the others. We respect each other's opinion because we work on one direction. And when we release the blueprint, like the way we did with the Magraph system, you put your Magraph system you built on the table, you make connections to it, and you are free from the shackles of the energy. And then food, and then everything else you want. I work on the collaboration. Keshe Foundation core team is around about 40-45 people, which we trust exclusively. And everyone will release the technology simultaneously. Wherever you are connected, put it up. Show people how to do. Make your systems. Teach the people on the street who cannot do, they can find a piece of wire, that this piece of wire is the path to the freedom of hunger, freedom from energy, freedom from not having a shelter. And then they teach the others. I said to you, I've done my job. I have achieved what I came here for, and I've achieved it amongst you, with you, not on my own. There was a lot of long way of struggle, but now we have achieved it. The example of it is on the table. You choose. If you are happy with one light in the house, that the child can study to educate himself, there is the light, there is the energy. We can teach you how to make systems for less than $10. Douglas, Vernie, Renan, the Keshe Foundation team, all become the masters of teaching of this technology. We'll teach in every shape or form. Those of you who want to buy the power unit from the Keshe Foundation at the price we put, we supply you because we have to develop the technology. We have no choice. If the government pressurizes you to pay penalties for producing your own energy, Peter, is Peter in the background?
Yes, I'm here.
Peter, would you like to tell us how you made gold?
So far, I cannot say that it is gold because it was not really tested. But I have made some materials that are shiny like gold, and even others that are shiny blue. And
would you like send the material to a lab and we pay for it?
On Friday, I have the chance to go to a group, and they have a radio spectrograph, and I hope that they can see something on my paper that I have.
Okay. Could you share with us your knowledge, how you've done it, that if it's correct, others can follow?
I have done it the way that you showed in the last teaching, with 2 reactors, and I have made a video of it, and then I got up with the RPMs, and one ball flew up and crashed on the floor then later on. And now I have made new ones, and I have to wait.
Would you like to share your video with us?
A video, yes. Maybe, I don't know if someone in the background has it. It is on Facebook.
Would you like to share it with us?
What,
Rick?
What name is it under in Facebook? What would it be under in Facebook that I can look it up?
Peter, we need a Facebook name.
Or maybe he doesn't want to give it out on the air.
Hello, Peter.
Maybe there's another way I can find out. Maybe
Oh,
in the
no,
back.
I was muted.
You
Oh,
are muted, okay. Would you share it? Would you share a screen with us and then we go? There is no music on this because I watched this. This is pure teaching, and it's beautiful what you've done. Would you like to share it with us, please, Peter? Douglas, we're going to leave you for a while and come back to you later on. Please plan your way, the route, if you can tell us by the time we get to the end of this session, which route you'll be taking to Washington. And then we can put it down, please.
I got a little surprise for everybody at the end.
Okay, let's have the surprise.
So I am ready.
We'll come back to you, Douglas.
One important thing that we got to remember is that in the past we used to share from ourselves for money. Now the money is gone, the gold is gone. You just have to give and share from yourself. And we used to in the past we used to share for money, and the society is together and we are working with one another. But there is no money anymore. There is no gold anymore. The energy, the plasma is free, and you are free. So just remember to give from yourself, and you'll experience this freedom within yourself. And just give.
Thank you very much. Peter, would you like to share a screen with us, please?
Yes, I'm ready. Here is my share.
Can you explain to us what you've done?
So there is the PWM to regulate, and this is the first ball and the second ball. And now I go really high. It's up to 10,000 maybe. And in between I have a sheet, a plastic sheet. I thought maybe the particles are drawn to it because it attracts it maybe. And behind is my gold guns. And now I go a little bit further. And you know, I couldn't really measure the speed because these cheap measurement tools are not correct. I can go further on. So now it's before the ball flew up. So now it comes the slow motion of this. And now I have a close look on the paper that I rubbed on the plastic, and you can see there are tiny little yellow, but also bluish ones. If you see here and here and here, it's full of them, but it's really very tiny. It's not it's just the beginning, I would say.
But did you put any gold in this water? Or
No, no. I had only what I had was the gold guns in the reactor in the center ball, and the CH3 in the outer ball. And the one was the way you have set. The one was highly alkalic, and the other was highly acid. And the second ball, there was also the gold in the center ball, and there was low acid, and in the outer ball highly acid. And I made it.
Okay, Peter. Peter,
yes.
Please go through this bit very slowly. You have two balls. One ball has two cores, two balls inside each other, one ball inside another one. One ball is highly acidic, and what did you put as acidic material in that ball, please?
I took my sugar guns. So it's, you know, in the inner is highly acidic, alkaline. So it's the gold guns with salt guns, with the guns of salt. So
where that is in the center.
In the center, and in the outer ball, it was CH3 with a lot of sugar guns, water, but only the water.
Mm-hmm.
Which video you mean?
The one you're just sharing with us. Now we got the energy free. Let's see, if you made the gold will be free too. With a bit of sugar, it will do a long way. It'll be sweet for everyone.
Yes, but it's only tiny little particles.
Doesn't matter, because that's where it starts. Gradually, as the mass increases in gas state, you'll attract more. You have to understand not everything is at the level energy of the gold. You have to create enough friction that gradually they add up.
And,
So
and you know what I have seen, my gold guns was first yellow, and I made it 2 months ago, but now it turned into a greenish color. And so I'm not very sure if the gold that I had was really pure gold, because there might be also some copper or
the Russian gold.
Yes, maybe, but they sold it to me as 24 karat.
No, I can sell you anything you like at the moment.
Yeah.
It's okay. Maybe that's what we're going to learn from this process. That's why we are here. But what is interesting, could you please write down a blueprint for this?
Absolutely.
Send it to Renan. We publish it as by Friday. If you get a positive answer, I hope you can share it with us.
Yes.
That people know the knowledge is shared. we need to share the knowledge. If you can send it to us at the Innovation Center, that Renan can put it out. If the government comes and asks you, can you pay taxes for your electricity, so how much gold you like? So we already have to be prepared for this step. And you just come in the right time for it. So if you explain again, just in case, as we know, these people are very busy in the background doing a lot of things. Can you explain to us one at a time? Can you show it to us on your video? Which reactor is what, what's in it, which core, and what the speed, and what you put around, please. So start the video and go very, very slow. We have all the time in the world. We don't need to go and find it and scrap it. If it's gold, then we have got it free from you.
Mr. Keshe, before you begin there, we are having some, Vince and I are both having some trouble with the video right now in Zoom.
What is the problem?
Solve it. We can't switch the views and we can't see the video. So
but it's still online. We're still on Zoom.
We're still online. We're still on live stream.
Yeah, these are people trying to create mayhem in the background. This is what we had many times. So you try to sort it out in the background. Do not cut the video. Do not cut the program. Do not shut down. Try to find another way to access. Okay, carry on, please.
Okay, so on the left side, in the video I said, I just made it simple. I said the left side is the stronger, so it's the giver, and the right side ball is the taker, I said. But it's just...
Can you share your screen with us, please?
It's on there.
We are not receiving the share screen.
Okay.
Yeah, we try to reshare, maybe that'll help.
I have to reshare again, huh?
Please. We could see it a few seconds ago.
And
yes,
now?
It's coming up. It's coming up. Just wait.
Okay. Okay. So on the left,
now we see your YouTube. Okay. On the left?
I said this is the giver because it's the stronger one. It's the highly alkaline in the center and the highly acid on the outer ball. And in the center ball was the gold guns, but only a little bit of the gold guns. I just shaked the bottle so that the whole nanoparticles came up, and then I took with a syringe a little bit, maybe 1 milliliter, and I put it in the inner ball, and the rest of it was just salt guns.
Where? In the center?
Yes.
So
and
in the center you only have a salt guns and a drop of gold guns?
Yes. And in the outer ball, I put the CH3 with highly acid from the sugar guns.
Okay, and the other side?
And the other side, I said this is the taker, this one who takes the energy from the left side. And there I had also the gold guns in the center, but with low acid, as you told us, in the middle. And also only maybe a few drops of gold guns, and the rest was low acid so I made a mixture from the guns water and a little bit of acid of the sugar guns. So this gave a low acid one, and in the outer ball I had a high alkaline. But this time I took a little bit of the salt guns water to it. I add a little bit of the salt guns water to it that it has both. So that these are the fields that are interacting. This is no more matter. So and then
trench in the middle.
I let spin them, and here is the bottle of the gold guns. This is green, and then I thought that because of the interaction, there are the fields here coming, and here I expected the gold, and with a paper I rubbed afterwards. I rubbed this plastic sheet and that I had the gold on the paper. That was all I done. And
can you explain what you did with that paper, please?
I cannot really understand you. The microphone is maybe too far away.
What I asked was, can you explain to me what you done with the paper?
You know, I took one sheet of a toilet paper, and it weighs 0.6 grams. And then I folded this paper to a small sheet, and with this I rubbed. I got over the plastic sheet, because I expected that if something is coming there, I expected that it is on the plastic sheet, and I rubbed it, and then I looked to it with the magnifying glass, and I saw these tiny little things.
So the gold or whatever you managed to convert from plasma into energy, into matter state, is stuck on that plastic sheet.
Yes.
In a way, you collected rainfalls of whatever it is. So you've shown you can create matters the way it's done on Earth.
Yes.
So you have physically shown it. So when you run the motors, what speed did you run them each, please?
I don't know exactly, because you have seen my RPM meter doesn't show true speed, but it must be between 7 and 10,000, like this.
Both of them.
Both of them, yes.
So in a way, say you rain gold on your paper.
Yes, but for the moment, only tiny little amount.
Yeah, the important thing is not if it's rain, if it's gold or anything else.
Yes.
It's the conversion of the energy into matter.
Yes, that was for me the important thing.
Yeah. So if you manage to rain matter from the fresh air in a solid state, we prove a lot of things in the world of science, especially in cosmology and astrophysics, that how materials are created. And this is a clear example of it. It's a huge understanding of a further process. I presume if you put a very high-speed camera, we should see at what point these matters are created.
Yes.
This is a huge importance. But can you explain to me, or for us to understand, then you show a picture of materials. This is set on this plastic on the top where you show us, yeah?
This was set on, so here, this was not set on the plastic, this is already on the paper that I rubbed it with.
Where, which paper?
This toilet paper.
So you rub the plastic again with the toilet paper and
Yes.
you found these on it?
Yes, yes.
So you rubbed it before that there was nothing on it, and the
Yes.
next time you rubbed it, you got this. Okay, this explains a lot of things for us in the scientific language. What is important? How long did it take you to do this?
Maybe a quarter of an hour, 15 minutes, 10 minutes.
I'm prepared to go live when your people test and give us the result. What matter have we created out of plasma? Doesn't need to be gold. Doesn't need to be anything. If it's gold, shows your intention and the environment you created, proves the subject more. But what is important, how the friction of 4 different fields or 6 different fields has led to the creation of matter in that state. This is a huge fundamental approach because it's important. Then when we go to space, we have to understand how the matter is created. If we supersaturate, these matters go back to become fields. But you don't interact, you don't have any friction inclusion, the way we get meteorites coming into the Earth and we see the, what we call bright lights, or what we call them, shooting stars. It's a very, that's why I want to spend some time that people understand. It's not the gold. It's not the point is, for the first time, man has managed to create matter at no cost in the space of the a room. And we need this to be tested. You please write down exactly what you've done, send it to Renan, and we put it on the blueprint, we publish it, that other people can make gold. So today, not only you receive energy, but then you have to adjust it. If it's copper, if it's zinc, or whatever, then you have to adjust your mixture till you get what you want.
Yes, that's what I understood too. For me, it was nearly, it doesn't matter what it is, but the main point is that it is. That's the main point. And I said I could also produce then amino acids with it.
You can produce anything with it.
Anything, yes.
Would you like
Peter?
Excuse me, Ali, 1 second. Okay. What it is, did you see anything with a visible eye? Any interactions, any lighting?
Not yet. You know, I have a neon bulb light. It's not a good light. And
no, but would you, if you turn all the lights off, what I'm interested to see, if we see any kind of sparks, any interaction at that point, the interaction of the fields converts the energy in gravitational magnetic packages, which can be gold, can be copper, or whatever.
Yes.
Or it can be, what do you call it, even frozen water.
Yes.
So if you can observe and record this, that we can watch this.
I will try in future now. You know, there are still a lot of people are going on to this and making reactors, and I'm sure we will have more information.
Yeah, try to make aluminium, try to make calcium, try to see if you can create a mixture which gives you the taste of the orange on the floor. If you can create the orange with the essence of it in the bottle, the way you extract it, see if you can do the reverse using the extracted plasma fields in the glass, putting in the same position as we see now, if you can reconstruct an orange.
Yes.
This is what is important, we have to see.
Peter, you had a star formation on your desk, and we were trying to create this gold, which you created some of it. And when you look at a human, we all have a star formation around our bodies, and we are the gold in the middle. And when we are looking for gold in outside, we are looking for eternity, but we are that eternal being. And around all of your bodies, there's a star formation. You just have to be aware of it. That way, you have you understand your positioning between one another, and you are that eternal gold yourself.
Yes.
I'm going to give you a tip, Peter.
Yes.
Put whatever of a lighter order than, let's say, aluminium or whatever, if you have, in a ball and hang it between the two rotating balls and where your gold is, and see if you can gather new materials in this ball, or you can produce other materials around the ball. This is very, very important.
Okay. Only one ball with a gans of a lighter material.
Please try anything. We have to push the boundary of science. We have to understand more. People like you are the front runners in different directions and different angles. Let me explain to you something which I've explained before, and we're going to see this especially in the medical systems, which we are promoting. Thank you very much. We are promoting to be developed by people like Dr. Klaus. In setting up dynamic cores, in setting up dynamic reactors, in setting up these things, you will start creating environment, especially in the vertical systems, that you will start seeing entities. You've seen matter being created. Now, because you create gravitational magnetic fields with hanging 10 or 20 coils, rotating cores in it, you will start creating environments that you will start seeing creatures of the universe passing through. you will start seeing light. So with this process now, we are entering a new phase of understanding. In time, if this is a knowledge you have to understand, in time, if you get these dynamic plasmas the way it's you've done, and what I explained to you, if you can put a ball and see what you can transfer, these are the fundamental cornerstones of transportation. These are the beginning. What you show us is a very early stage, simple versions of conversion of energy to mass. And then if you do it the reverse, it'll be mass to the energy, and where you decide that energy to appear. Teleportation, you call it. We call it plasma teleportation, plasma transportation. Whatever you want to call it. This system you have shown now is the beginning of a huge change. I was discussing this and I said to Dr. Klaus that this week we get a chance, we speak how to start building it. But the medical systems, which we are going to show, and is going to be built by the Keshe Foundation in Austria, with these are the beginning of not only medical, but not only being able to see what goes through these two fields or in the environment of the fields, but at the same time, if we get it right, it will become a way for us to transfer our Ganser state from one position to another depending on what we want. This is the beginning of a very big trip. And very soon, I know 2 or 3 nations who are highly working on this. You don't need to cross the seas from Africa to find peace in Europe. From Africa, you can be in Washington in no time. This by the next 6 months maximum, because the key was to create a plasmatic energy, and you see it on the table with Douglas. That was why we could not achieve these things. Because we were working in a matter state of strength, and everything else is in a plasmatic, which is magravity state. Now we have created a system that matches the work of the universe. Game changes. You will not spend much time running a car. A lot of you who are making magravity for your cars, you will find out you can travel without it very quickly. This is a huge change. This is for the first time, as I said, we've seen it. And as we've seen with Peter, with Dr. Hota, with other people around the world. In my teachings, I teach very precisely, you have to have the ear to understand, to replicate it. And the replication delivers. You got to realize what is and what it'll be. And he can't find the utter ball, as he says. You got to extend the knowledge by enlightening yourself, not looking for the others to copy. I hope we have. Doesn't matter whatever it is, this material. It's being able to produce it, which is a breakthrough. And in following the instruction the way it was given, very simply gives you that. If we confirms to be gold, Keshe Foundation will release this machine immediately, and God help you. Anybody ask you for a payment for taxes, how much gold you want? The gold will have no value, and this is the beginning of it. Man will work 2 weeks a year and will enjoy life 50 weeks a year. The slavery of man to money is over, but we have to do it in a way that is done. Sunday we'll be in Washington. If you can't fly from anywhere to be in Washington, you can ask people to march to Washington to see the first free light. It was done in the time of Edison and Tesla. Chicago Fair to be lightened by light bulbs. Now we enlighten the Washington. I got a piece of advice from you, or piece of advice for you. Those of you who go to Washington or tend to go to Washington, carry a core, a double core, one acidic, one alkaline. Either side, 80% zinc oxide. Put alkaline in one side and acidic in the other. 80% zinc oxide. You'll become the messengers of peace. You will understand.
And it is your intention. When you have an intention of peace, because your body is a double maggraph, okay? If you carry you have the acidic, you have the alkaline in the body, you have the zinc in the body. With your intention, you do create the gold. When you go there, just have intention of peace for yourself, for everybody else, and let it shine from your heart. And that intention will create, it's already created that. It is just your intention. Keep that intention. Always.
Thank you very much. Peter, when you do the testing on Friday, if you like us to come live while the testing is done, or if you want to record it, and whatever material is there, let us know.
Okay, I can record it. I can take my iPad with me and record the thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Peter. You've been through a hard work with the trolls in past year and a half, 2 years. I understand.
Yes, but I thank only you, Mr. Keshe. It's so amazing what we got here.
You're welcome. I hope we share the knowledge freely. Send the blueprint instruction immediately to Ren. Renan, could you please publish it by this afternoon? That we see what the results are on Friday. It's a production of the matter, it matters. Then all of you can mix anything in any shape or form and do what we said. I explained to you, Peter has done exactly, if you go back to the teaching of past 2 weeks, nothing more, nothing less, and he's achieved it. So now you decide if you want aluminium, you want copper, you want zinc, you want oxygen, you decide what it will be. Thank you very much for sharing this knowledge, Peter. Can we go back to Douglas? He wanted to show us something about his flying machine.
I'm here, Mr. Keshe.
Yes, Douglas, would you like to share with us? You got to share a screen. Okay, we see your light. Is your light bulb still working?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Scooted the table out of my way so I can move around a little more freely.
Okay.
This is labeled number 3. There's actually 4, but the other.
You got to raise the ball up. We don't see it. We just see your shoulder high.
As you can see, the inner core is a very heavy core, and I'm going to try to. I hope the battery charges up enough for this, and we'll see the core stays at the bottom until the until what I call the beam from the top starts emerging. You see it. You see it coming down now.
The middle, the bottom core now is beaming up Scotty. It just beams him up.
Yep. I'm trying to keep it still.
How can it still? You're shaking it like a milkshake. It's off the ground.
Yeah, I'm holding it here. It'll.
No, I mean the ball is off the center. It's floating.
Yes. Yes. See the. It's up in the center, and actually, I thought it had it charged up enough to where it was going to fully function. This one is a real heavy core, atomic weight of 232, with an amino acid in it, and this one I've got to have a lot more power, but you'll notice it turns into a nice little pink orb there in the middle. And this one needs a lot more RPM in order to get it to do what needs to be done, because I've had it hooked up to a higher voltage source, and it spins proficiently. The pink one that I showed you, I was hoping that it would be charged up enough that that I could show you that this we can leave it on the table like so, and once balance is obtained, I can set it on the table, and then it'll start going left and right, and like you seen the ball earlier, it'll start.
Can you charge it up? We got half an hour to charge it. Charge it and show us, please. I know I've done this. It's
charging. I thought it was charging. I've had it plugged in for quite a while now. I thought anyway.
Yeah, because I was explaining to the Innovation Center when the first lift happened in Tehran 8 years ago with me, how I was jumping on it, trying to force it to hold on. The system flies sideways slightly and shakes, and then it just lifts off in an angle. It's the most beautiful thing to see when you see objects flying without any energy.
I got it plugged in directly now. You can see.
We gotta put it on the ground. You gotta put it on the ground and we can see it.
Well,
We
it's not all
see
the way.
the field.
It's not all the way there yet. Now it's there. It's hit the bottom.
Can you put it on the table?
Yeah, but it's not going to stay there. I'm telling you now.
Okay, I know, but we gotta see it. Put it on the table and let's see. We have to see it and we see what is going on. No, we see you. No, we see your t-shirt.
I'm trying to get it. Well, it won't reach that other table, and I've got it plugged in.
Okay, if you have your mobile camera, put it on the mobile camera. Okay.
And that's table's unleveled.
Let's see what happens. We have that through vibration. It has to go on the lift or fly off.
Yeah, I'm losing battery power. You can hear the RPM going down.
Okay, put it on the table where the battery connection to the system is,
Yeah,
and put your mobile camera on it.
I can plug it in back here on the microwave set.
That's the best supply. Okay, it's a plasma feed. Is it rotating?
Yes, I have to hold it until it reaches balance. Once it reaches balance on its own, once that center core goes all the way down, that's when the magic occurs.
It's now moved up.
Almost there.
Yeah. This is what I told you. If you supply it with a maglev system, now you're part of the plasmatics, so they are exactly where you're supposed to be. Let's
Now,
see what.
it's not going to sit still. I'm going to tell you that.
I know. I don't want it to sit still. You're supposed to fly.
And I do have a cord attached to it, and it's still moving the cord.
Yeah, no problem. Be careful it doesn't hit you.
Now the cords keep getting spinning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We stopped hearing the noise. It's breaking up. This is going like through a sound barrier. And if you reach that point, it will fly. It's moving more now, more openly. Bring it back in the middle.
Do what, Mr. Keshe?
Bring it back in the middle if you can. Don't touch too much, just a little bit that it comes in the middle. Then it has to rebuild the fields. Just hold it from the side very little. Don't touch it. Don't touch. No, Put it on the floor, let it go. Don't touch it. You drain the fields which is built up to take off. Don't touch. Hello, Douglas. Don't touch. Don't touch. It has to rebuild all the fields again. Can you get the extension and go on the floor on it?
Unfortunately,
Go get the extension, connect it, and connect that to the extension on the floor. Yep. Because everything will be plasmatic anyway. Go on the ground floor. Can we see it? We just see your hat. Let the plasma build. Just put a camera on it and let it build up and see where we are losing.
You need to tilt it down a bit. The camera has to angle.
No, he's got a mobile camera on it.
Oh, okay.
I gotta have the right end of it.
Is this still sliding on the floor?
Yes.
You see, now it's grinded to the ground. It's not hovering. It's not soft paper, so it needs to build up.
Yeah, the RPM I think needs to be a lot higher. The center core is in the center now, though.
Just let it build up. Do you have another core you can run from the same plug? Anything in it?
Matter of fact, I do.
Yeah, another one. You just showed another one, which is on the runner.
Yeah,
On one of these. Yeah. Put all 5 of them on the floor next to each other.
Well, two
You
of
have
them are apart right now.
Doesn't matter because you have a plug. You can plug it in directly to the plasma field. You see the field is there. It turns, but it just switches. The change of the color is it just changes the field. I wish I had this 20 years ago. Okay, let them run. Let them run. Do you have any more you can bring in?
This one here likes to go on its own, as you can see.
It's okay. Let them do. Let it do. Let it do. No problem.
It's going.
Let it go. Let it go. No problem. Let it go.
Now it's caught by the cord.
Get the cord out. Get the cord out. Can you bring that wire in the middle? Or put it in a place? Yeah.
It's not going to do any good. It's just going to keep spinning.
It will take off, but you have to somehow stop it turning. No, I mean the wire is long enough. I've been there. I know what happens. Just hold it. Don't change. No. Don't interfere with the field. This pressure will go somewhere and it builds up. Just let it go.
Hold the wire over top.
No. Douglas, has this done this before?
the heavy, the 232, yeah, it has rotated like this. I've never seen it.
Okay,
I've
can
never
you?
had a gauge this close to the other reactor though, so I don't know if it's causing.
Okay, no problem. You're holding its bracket. Do you have any more reactors you can put next to each other?
Well, I've got one that's not finished. It's the empty reactor that blew apart. That we
You
wanted.
never like to do experiment with me. There is no limit. Connect this as well. It rotates. It's going to take off, but it's blocked by its own cable. It doesn't have enough energy to go up. If he unplugs it, it can't go anywhere.
This one might be loud.
Doesn't matter. It's going to be there for days. Don't worry about it. Connect it to the main. It's not balanced.
No, there's no liquid in it. Only the inner core.
Okay, let it be. Let it be. Doesn't matter. Can you connect it to the main that it gets its field constant? No. Bring it. Don't let it touch the other one, which was rotating. No. Put it on the side it was before, and don't let them touch each other. Can you connect this one to the main as well? This new one?
Or is it battery?
Yeah, it needs a battery.
Battery connection to those.
You have no power connection?
They go into a USB strip.
You need to create a pressure, and it'll force one of them to do something. Now you gotta. If you had 5, and they were all balanced, and you put 4 around and 1 in the center, they will force one of them to react. This is what I was talking about. When you have these plasma reactors, now everything will be in a plasma state. There it comes, more of them.
Yeah, I've got all kinds of cores.
Okay, just stick them on. Doesn't matter, stick them on, no problem.
They won't just stick on. They have to be adhered to the base. If this was charged up, it would perform like that, except a lot faster.
Charge it up. Do you have a computer line to connect it to the main?
Now it requires another one of these extensions that plugs into a USB port.
You've got to build up the field pressure.
Yeah, this one's really super slow.
You see, this unbalanced one is disturbed all the fields. It empties the fields.
Yeah,
You need a balanced system.
That's the one that I took the CH3 out of. And it's been resealed.
This is another balance system. It drains fields. Don't use that, Douglas.
Yeah, this is just CH3.
Yeah, but the ball is not in balanced rotation, is it?
If I hold it down, it is.
Okay, but then you drain the field.
Yep.
No, this vibration, this clicking, it moves the fields. It allows fields to move in different way.
Yep. I see exactly what you're talking about. The ball moves in totally different. It doesn't stay in a certain pattern like these two are. They go all over the place. This one makes a wider pattern. This one makes a more narrow pattern.
Can you put that yellow one up again and see if it's still rotating with the wire?
Sure. And I just moved the fields. So give it a second there. There it goes. I'm almost there, Mr. Keshe. I know you said to leave play with the balls for a little while, but they're kind of an obsession with me. They're fun to watch.
Which way is the ball rotating, clockwise or anti-clockwise?
The ball is moving clockwise.
So the blue
inner core is moving counterclockwise.
and the fields are moving clockwise too.
I would say so, yes, because of the movement of the base going around in a clockwise direction.
And the other one, the purple one, is still rotating, the pink one.
Oh yeah. You can see the line right there.
Is that a carpet on the floor?
You move the field by doing that. See, you move the field.
Are you on a carpet?
Yes, sir.
Can you put it on a piece of cardboard or something flat?
I have a plastic tray. Now it'll move too. It's a lot smaller.
Can you move the other one in the pot as well? The blue one? Don't let them touch. Well, let's see. We are off the camera. We see more of the carpet than the balls.
Trying to jump off the plastic.
Don't touch. Every time you touch, you empty the field. It's gonna touch and now locks. Now they have to force each other. That one will fly in a minute. Good. The pressure is too high. But it's got a field expression. It flies, you see the vibration. You see the blue one is rotating, and that rotation is not steady, so it releases energy. It doesn't build up the energy. If you put another core on the table, I just glue one and put it on, I think you'll find a stabilizer in that. Thank you very much, Douglas. We leave you till you fly. Let us know when you do. Hello?
I didn't hear you, Mr. Dave.
I said we leave you to fly.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for everything, Douglas. Please release release the path you're going to Washington on Sunday today, please, and we'll publish it that people can follow you if they want, or they can come to Washington for you to hand over the free energy unit to the President of the United States and maybe free the nation from the shackles of this fuel. And as we have requested from the American government officials, we would like the unit to fly from Washington to Beijing. In a way, freedom of peace through energy and technology. I was reading a paper a few days ago. It's right on my thing. I'll read it to you exactly when it was done, and then you will understand. This is a paper which I received from the United States ambassador on, I'll read the time to you and you can read it, you can see it, we have published it before. It's done on behalf of the American government on the 6th of November 2012 at 3:40. I'm writing in response to your letter to U.S. Ambassador Goodman, offering to provide information and blueprint relating to nuclear plasma reactor and propulsion technology. Although unfortunately, the ambassador is not available to meet personally at this time, we would nevertheless would like to accept your generous offer to provide the information on USB stick. I would be happy to meet at the date time of your convenience. I suggest we meet for coffee at Café Toubon in Palace de Luxembourg, Rue de Luxembourg 68, Brussels 1000. I suggest 1500 hours on Thursday, 15th of November. If that works for you, just let me know. Again, our apology, Ambassador Goodman will not be available to meet in person, but he was. If you remember, I was the officer who interviewed you for a visa to attend a meeting with NASA officials in the United States. Unfortunately, I still do not have an update on your case, which is being educated in Washington. But I or a member of my staff will let you know as soon as we know anything. So the decision about Keshe Foundation is made in Washington and nowhere else. That's why I'm sending you there. Best regard, Alan Lucas, Political Consular Officer, Embassy of United States, Brussels, Belgium. I responded back. We agreed the time and the place. On the Wednesday, the 7th of November 2012 at 3:45 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. We'll see you there. This is how peace needs to be talked. On the 15th of November, as was appointed, that was the time when I put the hand of peace across the table with Iran. And we've seen the consequence of it. We've seen the end product of it. Now, in a way, Douglas, you're going to Washington on behalf of us as humanity to the head of the strongest nation on this planet with a hand of peace from us to our governments. We want peace, and we give you the energy for peace for our nation for peace as one nation. I have many of these letters. We have published this before. This is for those who have not seen these before. I'll read you a number of these letters. I'll read you a letter which comes from American president. Very simple. This is a letter from NASA headquarters. It says, it's dated September 27, 2012 at 11:08. I have attached our official letter of invitation for you to come to visit with us between the 7th and the 10th of October 2012. The letter is dated Tuesday, September 27 at 11:08. I will give you the original letter of invitation for you to keep when you arrive here. I will communicate that with you. They have given me the hotel where I have to stay. Direct telephone number of the hotel. It says, ask for the governmental rate issue since you are here on official governmental business. You can show them the letter of invitation if needed. Government rate, $129.99. Please let me know what your flight number and the schedule will be, and I'll be planned to pick you up from the airport and take you to your hotel. Michael A. Nelson, one of the directors of the propulsion lab in NASA. These things have been running around for a long time around the Keshe Foundation. The invitation letter reads very simple. I'll read it for you. We have published this before. It reads, M.T. Keshe, founder of Keshe Foundation, East Flanders, Belgium. Dear Mr. Keshe, Marshall Space Flight Center, the Center for Excellence for Space Propulsion within the National Aeronautic and Space Administration, NASA of the United States, is currently involved in research into new modes of propulsion for both deep space and access to space. We would be very interested in meeting with you and learning more about your technology. NASA is a civilian space agency involved in exploration of space. Using technology for military application is not part of the NASA mission or vision. The NASA vision statement is to reach new heights and reveal. It reads on, we would be honored to have you to come and present your propulsion theories and bring a demonstration unit to show us your technology in operation in series of meetings between the 7th of October and the 11th of November. We extend this invitation to you to come as your special invited guest. And as you see, this is from Catherine Henkel, the main propulsion system branch chief. Is signed and notarized by American attorney that are past the security. There is no time to waste, but it has to be known. President Obama knows what we do. You're just going as ambassador from the Keshe Foundation. The letter from the White House, Washington, 24th of July, 2013. Mehran Tabakkuri Keshe. Dear Mehran, thank you for writing. I have heard from many Americans about our nation foreign policy and appreciate your perspective. The bottom page signs, very simple. Thank you again for writing. Sincerely, Barack Obama. So, in the White House, we know who we are. In the White House, this is on a private, personal, not the official White House letter. The world leaders know about us. The world leaders are aware of our work. The world leaders know we are men of peace, but they do not know how to deliver it. Mr. Zhu is online. He can tell you they've done every kind of check on us in China. They've done every kind of check in Russia. Everybody knows that the technology is there, but the problem is they don't know how to deliver it, how to bring it to their people. And the biggest problem is us as the ambassadors of peace have to give them the confidence that we are ready to deliver, and we deliver. This is the problem. It's us who has to make that bridge for our leaders, to give them the confidence. It's correct. Let us do it. We'll succeed. And this will bring a lot to a lot of us. This will change for us. This is what I keep on saying to you lot. As the members of the Keshe Foundation family, it's the family who's looked to after the humanity. It is our job. This is what we have to do. The only thing is, the world leaders get so much information to counterattack and to keep out that they do not understand what to do. This move to Washington on Sunday is to put a hand of peace, to give the technology in open way to the public. The President of the United States is a point of reference. The President of China is a point of reference to the whole nation. It's us who's got to respect the office of the presidents. We accept it as president. Does not matter in what color and race. The reason we are delivering this unit to Washington is we delivered the same letter of peace to the office of Obama before. You have to understand the date of the letter I read you. It's very much on the presidential dates agreements on that time. Remember one thing, a president on the election day has very little to think about the new technology unless he knew the technology will bring the change and will not ask his ambassador to ask for the USB stick. We break the barriers. We have to make the steps to bring the change. That's why we're delivering the unit to the White House. It's us who's telling them, it's okay, the change has come, the time is here, and we are there to support it. This is what I told the Chinese leadership a few weeks ago. The collaboration between the Chinese army and the Keshe Foundation supporters and innovation centers will bring the smooth transition. This is why we're sending a unit in the United States to the President of the United States. We are not bringing it in. It's homegrown technology, understanding the technology. It's us who has to give the confidence to our leaders that the change has come. We are there, we understand it. Good time, bad time, we'll go through it because it's for the benefit of mankind. In time, we'll see the benefit of it, but it's our time to show the change. We expect no gratitude. We expect no kind of thanks. The only thanks we get is the peace for mankind. This is the change. We have always given the governments to make the change, but they were frightened of it. This time, we give the gift to our governments that we are there to support you. I learned something in my business life, very early time, that is the businessmen who make the governments. And we are all in business of peace, so we decide for our governments. When I was in international business, I realized very, very early on, in a very young age, it wasn't my age that the world presidents or leaders were interested. It was the finances and the support which I could bring in. Businessman makes the world leaders. That's how conglomerates control the office of the presidents. Now, every one of you is in the business of peace. and we dictate to our governments, we want peace, we give you the tool, it's for you to deliver. And as you know, my motto is very simple. I don't fight with the government. We have no intention of any battles. The only battle we have is to spread the knowledge as fast as possible. There are two choices. We can go on the internet and do it, or we do it openly. Maybe if the Chinese president and the Russian president agree, in 3 states' offices simultaneously in 3 languages. In America, in the White House, in Beijing with the Chinese president, His Excellency President Xi, and the same in Moscow with the president of His Excellency Mr. Putin. We have to show our governments, if one is behind, the others will advance. We have to go together. This is the purpose of this movement. Any interaction, any resistance, any police force try to stop you in getting to Washington, go home. We release it on the internet. Then it will hit home faster than you ever came home. We do not expect resistance. We do not start riots. We are going there to share peace. Anything you do, if the police does not allow you to reach Washington, go home. We release it on the net in all languages, and we teach people. I bring the master of coil making, Verni, the masters of GANs making and nano coating, Ahmed. They will teach non-stop on all languages across the world. We share knowledge beyond that any government or any organization can stop us. Kiss the officers if they stop you. Thank them that by their stopping you, the whole humanity receives it. We are nation of peace, one nation, one planet, and this is our game. We are in the business of peace through technology. As many as you can, go to Washington. Be there on Sunday at any cost, because it's a change for humanity. We support in every shape or form. We'll keep all the channels open. We try to give a Zoom channel open, even if Douglas on his own from home to White House. Go viral on the internet and tell people the energy system is to be delivered in Washington. Let them join you. We need it, we change it. We are knowledge seekers, but with knowledge we seek peace. Now, we gave our ultimatum to the government. We give our business, our knowledge to you freely. As the others with the knowledge and the businesses dictated the terms of the nations in respect to the others, our term is simple. Technology for peace. There'll be a lot of redundancies. There'll be a lot of change in mining, in power production. But the benefit of it is that man will not be a slave anymore to anything. You don't have to work, you have everything. And the benefit of it is new technologies and new angles, new jobs, new cycle. It's a plasma revolution, very much the way we had the industrial revolution in the past. We got to work together to deliver this, not one of us. And as I said, we are men of peace. And it's the logo of the Keshe Foundation. We are here to serve the humanity and not to be served by humanity. Please join in any shape or form to support this move from where Douglas is to Washington. Join him and go with him and carry one banner. Keshe Foundation, one nation, one race, one planet. We'll go live. We stay with you till we see the outcome. Let the White House refuses the man of peace. will bring peace to the White House. Thank you very much for today. We'll release the map of the travel within the next few hours on the Keshe Foundation website. Please put it across. This is the peace to exchange for technology, and it has to be done, and we will do it, even if it means we teach every man one by one. The last word goes to you, Douglas. How are you going to do it? And we say goodbye.
Are you asking me how I'm going to do it?
Yes, when are you going to start and which road you take?
I'm going to start by reaching out to the Creator for guidance, and then I will start from there, plotting a roadmap from my house to that particular point, and hope that we are received with welcome arms, or at least received, not a hostile manner. I'm a man of peace. I don't even own a weapon, unless you consider a butter knife a weapon. So we'll just have the things that we have to show that free.
Can you tell us from which state you start, from which city nearest direction?
Yeah, the nearest major city to me would be Bentonville, Arkansas.
Douglas, this is Sandy. I'd appreciate if you would put some stops in your route for people to join you. We'll be coming down from southwestern Pennsylvania.
Yes, sure. We'll all collaborate together and try to get this worked out in a detailed plan.
Let me stop you there. Vince, can we bring immediately a roadmap line and people can go on the chat line to talk to each other directly on the forum? I said, can you set up immediately open chat line on the front of the Keshe Foundation where people can talk where they are going, where they are, and how they join, and put a map up within the next few hours? Yeah. Just bring the link to the front page. Don't put it in the forum. Put it on the front of the Keshe Foundation, the map to peace through exchange by technology, and the stops and everything else that they click on the front page and they go to that page on the forum. They can talk to each other who and where and whatever. We start at 12 o'clock Saturday lunch. We stop at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock at night. We take a rest. We can all meet at the rest point you choose. And then we start at 6, 7 o'clock the next day, and we make the way to Washington. Anybody who wants to join on Saturday night, make a point you can meet and move together as a peace movement and no conflict. Kiss and cuddle the security services, the police officers, and make a change. If it's 2 of you or 10 of you, it's the time to change, and we have the power to do it because we have the technology to do it, and it sits in the background. With the touch of a finger, the light comes on at no cost, zero, and it will do this for hundreds of years. Douglas, take over and let us know where you go from there on.
Well, like I said, I'll be traveling from here to the straightest route possible, which would be across through Kentucky and Virginia and down into Washington. That would be the closest route possible for me to get from where I'm at. About the same parallel line, like 15+ hour drive, probably closer to 16, but you know, we can
allow 24 hours. By the time you meet friends and shake hands and you talk, it takes you a lot of time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Meeting others and then finding a local spot where we can all meet there, and then, you know, now we're getting out of my league because I wouldn't know who to talk to or where to go.
We
I've
put
seen,
a banner of the Keshe Foundation on the car. It's easy to find. The table, the generator, the microwave, and everything will be on that table. It's a table of peace. As I said, it's the last energy supper. It's the dinner of sharing energy equal amongst the mankind. So when you see the table, you know which car it is. And if you have any banners, if you've done anything, get with you. 1 or 2 or 10 people is no different. Is the intention will change the position in the White House. We go live by tomorrow morning again to understand the planning. And we go live when Douglas starts from home on Saturday. We meet at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning to plan out. All of us, the ones who want to be, we come back on the live teaching tomorrow at 10. And then we wait for Douglas to tell us what time he starts. And we will be with him. One person, his family, or the rest of you. You've been crying for peace. Now let's look how true your cry has been. You've been wanting it free energy. By the time you get to Washington, you'll have it. But we allow the President of the United States to teach his nation how to make it. And that's what we have asked. In my writing to the White House this morning was very simple. I read it to you as I read everything because we are very so open. I wrote to our intermediaries the following. I wrote to them, in the teaching today, I'm going to announce that we have made this offer to the White House and ask people to put pressure on the White House to accept the test in the Oval Office on behalf of the nation, and then take this to Beijing as a sign of peace. We have offered directly the negotiation only by delivery of the technology. Reads as follows. Tell them we will teach the President how to make one generator for the White House, and everyone can follow live. Costs less than 100 euros. You think the President will get his hand dirty to make guns and coil and the generator for his nation to be prosperous again with free energy? I say yes, he will do it. This move with Hillary Clinton in the Oval Office will guarantee her in the office as the next president. Now you understand. The technology is the key to peace, and we deliver it. We meet at 10 o'clock tomorrow for maybe half an hour now. And then we'll see how Douglas tells us his plan, and join us at any route, at any point. Ask people, go viral, and let people see the energy unit is not a dream. We keep one thing on all the way from Douglas's home to the White House. It'll be the 3 white lights you see on the table. They stay all the way in to the White House with a white light. And that's the message of peace. Free energy, free light, free peace. Thank you very much for today. We meet you at 10 o'clock Central European Time on Friday, which is tomorrow, and we start the process. Thank you indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Jackie had a presentation about the work of transcribing, subtitling, and translating.
We can do that next week, next Thursday.
Okay, thank you
very much. Jackie did. We meet tomorrow at 10 o'clock Central European Time.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you indeed.
Okay, that's the end of the 128th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, August 11th, 2016. And we'll end the live stream.